Make way for Mr. Speaker.
Introductions by members. Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise today in the House as an introduction for my daughter, Amy. She's my eldest daughter, and I'm very, very proud of my 5 children, but I was particularly proud of my daughter, Amy, because she just became a on-call firefighter with the Maple Ridge Fire Department. And it was really difficult for her, for everybody who goes through it. Hundreds applied. There were 27 who went into the program. She was the only woman in the program, and she not only did well, but she excelled. And so this is particularly important, I think, today on International Women's Day, to see someone, a young 21-year-old woman who I'm so proud of, excel in a male-dominated profession, and we need more women to try out. And I hope that she will be an inspiration to other younger women who come up behind her. So thank you very much, and I hope the House will make her very, very welcome. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill Number 12, entitled Miscellaneous Statutes Minor Corrections Amendment Act 2021, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move first reading of the bill. Honourable Speaker, this bill is part of the routine business of the Legislature. Our legislative drafters review bills for errors, and they identify them as they work and bring them forward in a miscellaneous bill for the House's consideration. Thank you.
Members participating virtually, have your voting cards ready. The question is first reading of the bill. You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion. Wow. Those who oppose indicate nay. Now the motion is carried. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the consideration of the bill for the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, again, those who are participating remotely, please have your cards ready. The question is that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Women's Day, and what better day than this to acknowledge 3 family businesses in which women are leading. Businesses that came together to meet the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and to respond with innovative solutions to keep BC safe. Bowers Medical Supply of Delta, Clearway Supply of Gibsons, and Humble Manufacturing of my community, Burnaby North. They collaborated to design and manufacture innovative hand sanitizer dispensers in an effort to meet the overwhelming demands suddenly placed on our healthcare system. Right here in BC, these 3 companies combined not only to provide jobs to British Columbians, but also to provide our healthcare system with the flexibility to utilize hand sanitizer bottles in a wide range of sizes. So it's not paralyzed by unexpected undersupply. Far from a Band-Aid solution, this collaborative ingenuity is ultimately delivering a permanent solution, one that gives our healthcare system flexibility in meeting both current and future infection control requirements. Thanks to the union between Bowers Medical Supply, Clearway Supply, and Humble Manufacturing, we have a made-in-BC solution right here, right now, a solution that ensures that the future of our province is safe with the capability to meet future supply chain challenges. As we've all learned, no one is immune to COVID-19, no one British Columbian, no one family member, no one person in this legislature. We're all in this together, and having a safe way forward is the only way forward. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today on International Women's Day, we celebrate the social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women across the globe. As much as we have achieved, we also remember there are many women in this world without access to education or self-determination. When I was a young woman, I didn't understand the sacrifices that the women that came before me had made, or how brave they were for not giving up their dreams when they were told they shouldn't or couldn't do something. The first International Women's Day was in 1911, when the suffragette movement was in full force. It was believed at that time that securing the right to vote and be elected to public office would be the only way to bring around required improvements for women and children in social and economic conditions. In those times, women's expected roles in society were limited to domestic pursuits. Although women did work outside the home, it was often out of economic necessity, and when they did, they had low wages, very poor working conditions, and even violence. Women were considered by many to be less rational and more emotional than men. In fact, we were prone to bouts of hysteria. So why on earth should women have the right to vote or the right to hold office? Society would be in chaos. It was not until April of 1917 that BC granted the right to vote and run for office in provincial elections. In 1918, Mary Ellen Smith became the first female member of the Legislative Assembly. In 1991, Rita Johnson was the first woman ever elected as the Premier of British Columbia. In 1993, Kim Campbell became the first and only woman to hold the office of Prime Minister of Canada. Now, these may have been short terms, but they were significant. So women like Mary Ellen Smith, Rosemary Brown, Kim Campbell, Rita Johnson, Grace McCarthy, Christy Clark, Shirley Bond, Carol James, and so many others that I've missed have opened the door for the rest of us to sit in this House today. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, on International Women's Day, I would like to celebrate the Nelson and District Women's Centre, which operates on the traditional and unceded territories of the Ktunaxa, Sinixt, and Syilx nations. The centre was started in 1972 by Vita Story, now Lethmers, with a $3,500 grant from the federal government and is run by the West Kootenay Women's Association. It provides a safe space for women, counseling, support, education, and bare necessities such as menstrual products, food, and clothing. Although some things have drastically changed, like the availability of STI testing, which the Women's Centre fought hard for in our community, but many issues they were working on addressing 48 years ago persist today, including violence against women, poverty, inequality, and unequal opportunity. It is Canada's oldest rural women's centre, and Vita is still a board member today. It is a non-profit organization promoting and supporting the welfare, social, and economic equality for all women. The space is a place for women to come together and discuss everything from health and spirituality to business, child rearing, and the arts. The Nelson and District Women's Centre, after 48 years of operation, is renewing their mandate. Their leadership will be reaching out to their members and the community to determine what the next 50 years will look like for our centre. It is my honour to highlight the incredible work of the Nelson and District Women's Centre, particularly on International Women's Day. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak today on International Women's Day. The theme this year is Choose to Challenge. In order to challenge, we must be brave enough to speak up and lead. I want you to think back, way back in your life. Where did you begin to learn leadership? One of my first experiences was when I joined Brownies and Girl Guides. Girl Guides helped girls develop a sense of self, a sense of belonging, and a connection with the community. Just last week, as an MLA, I had the pleasure to be interviewed by Merritt Sparks and Brownie Troop. The questions asked by these 5- and 6-year-olds were very interesting. Do you have a pet? How old are you? What is it like to work in a male-dominated career? Which Girl Guide cookie is your favorite? And what do you do for self-care? An interesting event spent with future leaders in our communities, workplaces, and world. I celebrate the skills being developed at this young age and would like to acknowledge the incredible work done by the volunteer leaders in the Girl Guide movement. Their program is open to all and available in most communities. Lifelong experiences and incredible mentors. So before I close, I want to wish my Girl Guide leader, Anita Moore, a belated happy 80th something birthday. You were so much fun as a leader and made a difference in so many young girls' lives. Happy International Women's Day.
Member for Abbotsford Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees, and the Esquimalt First Nations. I rise today in the House to offer congratulations to business leaders and community champions in my riding, as recognized this past December by the Abbotsford Chamber of Commerce at their Business Excellence Awards. The virtual awards ceremonies honored businesses operating in a philanthropic and empathetic manner, especially those who persevered during the COVID-19 pandemic. 4 categories were celebrated: innovation excellence, community contribution, frontline excellence, and outstanding support. I would like to congratulate the respective winners: Ravens Brewing Company, Zone Garage Fraser Valley, Patna Sweets and Restaurant, and Nature's Pickens Market. They have truly set a fine example in their community and the highest standard of achievement within their industries. The Abbotsford Chamber of Commerce is comprised of over 700 members and is the Fraser Valley's leading member-driven organization and a tireless voice devoted to improving the speed and effectiveness of doing business. Created to promote the interests of entrepreneurs in the City of Abbotsford, the Chamber has been an integral part of Abbotsford's growth and evolution for nearly as long as the city has existed, and I might add, run by an incredible and extraordinary team of women on this International Women's Day. The Chamber strives to be the most vibrant and relevant business association in British Columbia, building and sustaining a thriving business community while championing the values of strong professional relationships, vibrant culture and growth, and I commend them for their service to both Abbotsford and the ideals of innovation and free enterprise they have supported for so long. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a young boy growing up in Port Coquitlam, the oldest of 3 siblings in a working-class family. My mom worked in several administrative jobs while my dad was a Vancouver firefighter, badge number 5019. He worked out of several Vancouver fire halls on pumper and ladder trucks, as well as on the fireboats. And I remember visiting my dad in the fire halls and climbing up into those trucks. I also remember the joy of hugging my dad when he returned home from his latest shift. I recognize today that I was blissfully unaware at the time as to the difficulty and danger of my dad's work. I took for granted his coming back home after each shift ended. Lucky for us, he always did come home. But sadly, that can't be said for every firefighter and his or her loved ones. Today, we would usually be gathering on the south lawns of the BC Legislature, where the last alarm Fallen Firefighters Memorial Monument stands. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we will have to do so today virtually. We remember, pay our respects, and honor the professional and volunteer firefighters who have paid the ultimate price, those who have lost their lives while performing their duty to be there for the rest of us. We pay tributes to the brave men and women who answered the call and did their jobs, the brave men and women who, when called upon and faced with risk, chose not to hesitate or step back, but rather chose to run towards the danger. Tragically, they did not come home to their loved ones, like my dad was able to do with me. In their memory, let us all come together to do everything we can to make the firefighters' occupation and workplace as healthy and safe as possible. Let us do that so that no more lives are lost and no more families suffer the loss of their loved ones while working. I thank every firefighter back in Kamloops and across our province for their service. And it is with great pride that we honor today and every day each and every fallen firefighter. We salute them as heroes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Women's Day, we recognize that women have faced far worse job losses from the pandemic than men. In fact, 27,000 fewer women have jobs today. One reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that the women are highly represented in the tourism sector, which has been devastated, and which is the new subject of a new report released today by Destination Canada. They found, and I quote, "The current situation facing the tourism sector is the worst ever seen, more dire than the impact experienced after 9/11, SARS, and the 2008 economic crisis combined," end quote. This is a crisis. There's no other way to describe it. And yet, the Premier has failed to act on over half of the recommendations of his own Tourism Task Force report, including a very critical recommendation that would provide relief from fixed costs like government fees. 2/3 of the job losses in tourism are represented by women. Will the Premier implement all of the task force recommendations, and most specifically, the recommendation that would provide relief from government fees?
Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and happy International Women's Day. I appreciate the member opposite raising this important issue. Of course, there are no boundaries for this pandemic, and tourism has been devastated. The report highlights how it's impacted all of our postal codes. The limitations are in the sector because we can't travel. The borders aren't open, and we don't have the mobility that we enjoyed before the pandemic. On December 9th, we received the recommendations from the task force. It was a call to action from our government. We implemented the task force. We received the report on the 9th. And on December 22nd, we announced that more relief was coming strictly to the tourism sector because we know that the sector has been hard hit. It was a call to action. They wanted a grant, not loans, up to $45,000 to be available to those in the sector that have been hardest hit. 60% of our small and medium business grants have gone out the door to the tourism sector, and more help is underway. $5 million was dedicated to the Indigenous Tourism BC Association because we know that the pandemic has hit our tourism sector across Indigenous communities. We are working around the clock to implement the recommendations from the Tourism Task Force, and I appreciate the leadership from the Tourism Task Force. The industry told us what we needed to do, and we are responding because we value the importance of the tourism sector and the women that are working in this field to bring home family-paying jobs.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of Official Opposition on supplemental.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Well, tourism businesses can't keep waiting. And as the Minister herself describes it, it was a call to action. That means actually doing something. Before the end of this month, small travel service companies must pay the government nearly $800 in mandatory licensing fees, not some arbitrary collection of money. They owe the government money at the end of March. Travel businesses, as everyone in this House would recognize, have essentially been shut down. And instead of help, the Premier of British Columbia sends them a bill. Other provincial governments, including in Ontario and Quebec, have eliminated those fees. Yet this government has refused to do that despite it being a recommendation of the Tourism Task Force back in December. Over 75% of these travel businesses are managed and owned by women. So once again to the Premier, will the Premier implement all of the Tourism Task Force recommendations, and most specifically, will he deal with the issue of paying fees to government, or will travel companies be forced to pay the fees to the government?
Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising this important issue. We value, our government values, the importance of tourism across our province and all of our area codes. And of course, we value the importance of women in this sector. We all, every member in these chambers, wants this pandemic to be over, and we are getting close to the peak. The vaccine is rolling out and our communities are going to be safer for people to travel. The member is not accurately reflecting the facts that we did move quickly on the recommendations. The member must appreciate you can't implement all the recommendations at the same time. That's impossible. But our ministry did work around the clock to respond to the biggest call to action, which is to get grants out the door, because they wanted grants, not loans. And our government has done other measures to help businesses with deferrals, with support, advocating with the federal government to ensure that we had that 75% wage subsidy to help people employed. We are working with other levels of government because we know how critically vital the tourism sector is. And is there more to do? Most definitely. And we will continue doing that work. And we will continue to work on the recommendations from the task force. So again, I thank the member opposite for raising the question, for her advocacy.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't know why the minister doesn't think that paying the mandatory license fee is crucial. It's one of the most important recommendations. Just listen. I have letters from 68 travel agencies protesting this mandatory licensing fee and the Premier's incompetence. They write, and I quote, "We have suffered an income loss of over 95%, and are desperately in need of any government assistance in order to survive," end quote. These businesses are on the verge of closing for good. Why is the Premier adding insult to injury by extracting these government fees?
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for raising the question. On International Women's Day, we are going to lift up women and the important work that they do in this community. When we talk about insult to injury, it's insulting to say that the ministry, my staff, are not working around the clock to try to get resources out the door. No one called for this pandemic. We want this pandemic behind us, and there is light. The vaccine is coming. Grants have gone out the door. Grants will continue to go out the door. Not loans, but grants, because this was a call to action from industry. Just as we're investing in Indigenous businesses across the province, our government is investing in people because that's the business we're in. We believe in people. We believe that we need to be on the side of people so that when we can turn the switch and it's safe to do so, and we can travel across our province and all of our area codes, that it's going to be safe. One of the recommendations from the task force is to ensure that we have certification for businesses so that consumers know that it's safe. That's what British Columbians are looking for. Good news is coming. Stay tuned, Honourable Member. We're going to continue doing that work with our ministry. But we can't move any quicker than we are, because our focus right now, our laser focus is getting the grants out the door. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Richmond North Centre on supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the response from the minister, it looks like that the minister is not listening to the voice of the tourism sector. Let me try once again. Over 75% of these businesses are managed by women, and they are paying the price for this premier's incompetence. Lily Chiu of Orient Travel Center in Richmond says, let me quote her, "We haven't had sales since March 2020. We have had zero income, no income. The travel agencies need help. Every dollar of savings means a lot to our survival." End quote. Every dollar counts. But the Premier has done nothing despite the task force recommendations. Can the Premier explain to businesses like Lily's why they still need to pay these government fees?
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Michelle Obama once said, when they go low, you go high. We have been trying to get a grant out the door. This was a call to action from the sector. It is a grant, it is not a loan, because we know how vital it is. It was a call to action for the sector to have money to pay for the rent, keep their staff. We're working and advocating with the federal government to ensure that that wage subsidy is in place so that people stay employed. We're working with the federal government to ensure that the highly affected sectors can support businesses across BC. Member, I agree with you. The sector is important. Empowering women is important. Let's not forget the investments that we made in childcare, the investments to support women to go to work, to lift them up. Our government is taking a whole of government approach, a holistic approach, to understanding that when we support women in the workplace, we're supporting them at home, we're supporting them in the community. Our government's going to continue doing that work. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the question. Sorry, thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our drug supply is becoming increasingly toxic. January saw 165 lives lost due to the illicit drug toxicity in British Columbia. That is the highest ever recorded in January and following the all-time yearly high we saw in 2020 of over 1,700 lives lost. 1 in 5 of those suspected deaths in January noted extreme fentanyl concentrations, the largest recorded to date, of up over 10% from this time last year. Over 700 lives have been lost since safe supply measures were announced in September. The promise of safer supply being prescribed through nurses has fallen short. Those trying to access prescription opioids through their doctors have been met with stigma. Their prescribed narcotics have been low potency compared to the street-grade fentanyl currently in circulation. It's not curbing their addiction. We must do better. My question is to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. There are gaping holes in our patchwork for safe supply. We need immediate, non-stigmatized, effectively dosed, and consistent access to save people from the poisonous drug supply. What many have shared with us is that safe supply needs to be a realistic alternative. If it's not, people will just return to the supply on the street. What specific steps has the Minister taken to close the gaps in BC's safe supply?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That border closed social distancing requirements of the pandemic have exacerbated the overdose crisis. The number of deaths having been brought down for the first time in BC's history in the year 2019 is a tragedy. To be fighting 2 public health emergencies at the same time and to have such disastrously increased toxicity of illicit drugs has lost more lives this past year than ever. And to the families that have lost loved ones and to those that are working hard to save them, I just say I'm so sorry. I'm grateful to, for example, nurse prescribers who are stepping up, that we now have 30 new practitioners fanning out across the province in every health authority, that we have an increasing number of addiction medicine doctors that are working on developing the guidelines for safe supply, for expanding additional substances. Both medication-assisted treatment and safe supply is vital. And in every case, because this hasn't happened in Canada before, patient safety is at the forefront. So we continue to take our guidance from addiction medicine doctors who are working on prescriber guidelines, on the framework to deliver safe supply, but to do it in a way that keeps patient safety at the forefront. Again, my gratitude to those who are breaking new ground in Canada. No one else has done this. And thank you to the member for the advocacy. You're right, we are going further, and there's much more to do.
Member for Saanich North and Islands on supplemental.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the response. As the Minister noted, 30 registered and psychiatric nurses in our province were to receive, or to be trained to receive prescribing powers for Suboxone, a prescription opioid, and the alternative to the illicit street supply. And they were supposed to have this training and be in place by the end of February. Now, this is an important step, as the Minister noted, and one that is a precedent for jurisdictions in North America. But we are a province of millions, and the overdose crisis affects all communities. I'm happy to hear that these psychiatric nurses will be in communities across the province. But just 30 nurses with prescribing power after nearly 5 months after safe supply measures were promised does not reflect the urgency that's needed to support drug users in British Columbia. Allowing for greater access to one prescription opioid alternative does not reflect the diverse range of substances used in this province, nor the efficacy of providing pharmaceutical-grade versions of illicit substances that reduce reliance on the toxic street market and can save lives. My question is again to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. I just want to confirm that those nurses that were promised are in place and have received those prescribing powers. And how is the Minister supporting the expansion of access across the province?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meeting on Friday with the First Nations Health Authority, they were able to report that they have nurse prescribers in some of their communities already. These are people that were trained in early February. So that access, particularly to remote and northern communities, is particularly welcome. That was just the first cohort of nurses that were trained to be medication-assisted prescribers. This isn't the same as safe supply, although that is our long-term hope. But that guidance is still being developed by the medical community. This isn't a question of what's happening inside the ministry. This is the work that doctors and medical professionals are doing to ensure that the right types of medications are included in the guidance and that the guidance supports both patient safety and prescribers. Again, in Canada, we are breaking new ground on this. We are taking new trainees all the time, and the additional guidance that dictates how the medical community will make decisions about what type of medication-assisted treatment or safe supply is delivered to people with addiction use disorders is something that is entirely in the hands of the medical community. We are working as fast as we can to expand that work, to support that work, because it can save lives.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
It's not just travel service companies that are suffering because of the Premier's bungling. The BC Hotel Association says 46% of properties report that if they don't receive access to government-supported financing, they will not stay in business past the end of March. Internal numbers from the Ministry of Tourism from 6 months ago paint an even bleaker picture. An internal ministry document says, quote, 68% of hotel and resort firms need additional funding in order to survive the next 6 months, end quote. So my question, Why is this Premier standing on the sidelines when nearly 70% of hotels, which employ so many women, are about to close their doors?
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Of course, we recognize how deeply impacted the hotel industry has been, the hospitality industry has been, the tourism industry has been, because we cannot travel. We don't have the mobility that we once had before the pandemic to invite international visitors, because our laser focus at the moment is to focus on everyone's health and safety. Our focus is on making sure that we get the vaccine rollout and that people are safe and ready to travel. And what my ministry is doing with the sector, listening and working with this industry, is to make sure that we are ready to turn the switch when it's safe to do so. And this means being responsive. One of the things we recently announced, Minister for Jobs, Economic Recovery, and myself, was to amend the criteria so that the tourism sector would receive up to $45,000 in a grant. That was a call to action that I'm very proud our government was able to do. It was a call to action in the task force, the tourism task force that the Premier initiated, and there's more to do. We are calling on the federal government to support the sector. One of the programs, the highly affected sectors credit sustainability program, is going to help businesses with $1 million loans. There is help on the way. We recognize that the industry has been hard hit, and we look forward to the day that people can travel and occupy those buildings and support those people that are vitally important. I know.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Cariboo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 82% of hotels in British Columbia are small and medium-sized businesses, and 60% of their workers are women. And according to the BC Hotel Association Pulse Check, only 2% of the properties reported being eligible for the disastrous small and medium-sized business recovery grant. How many of this province's 104,000 people working in hotel jobs, so many of these workers and people being women, will lose their family supporting job forever before the Premier will take action to help them?
Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And speaking of women, half of our cabinet are women. Half of our cabinet are going to work each and every day to support childcare, universal childcare, so that women have the empowerment that they need to help with our economy and bring that important work that they do as small business owners. We value the sector. There's no question, and I appreciate the advocacy on behalf of the member. We know that the tourism sector has been hit hard at every postal code across this province, which is why we amended the small and medium-sized business grant. $45,000 is available to them. Encourage your constituents to apply for that money. Encourage them to apply for the wage subsidy program with the federal government. Encourage them to work with the Indigenous Tourism BC Association to access those grants. And let's not forget that we've also committed to infrastructure programs and making it safe for the tourism sector to be ready to go when we can turn on that switch and it's safe for people to travel again. But Honourable Speaker, I want to remind the member opposite that we deeply value the tourism sector. We value the important work that women are doing. We believe on this side of the House, lift as you climb.
Thank you.
And you do that by giving people the tools.
Member for Cariboo North. No, okay. Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm really glad that the Minister has been talking about the grants, because we've been asking about this very thing. You see, last month, the Premier was asked about his government's mismanaged small and medium business recovery grant. And the Premier said, and I quote, "We're looking at how we can get those dollars out the door by the 31st of March. We need to spend the money by March 31st, or it goes back into servicing the public debt." End quote. So imagine everyone's surprise that the botched program has been extended to August 31st. As usual, the Premier got his facts wrong and displayed his incompetence. So how can the tourism industry have any confidence in a Premier who was this wrong about his own botched grant program?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and appreciate the question from the member. The theme seems to be about the challenges that women are facing in the pandemic, and that's certainly the case. Dr. Henry uses the saying that we're all in the same storm, but we're all in different boats, and that's certainly the case in this pandemic. The impacts are being felt differently by different people, and women have certainly felt that. We know that women of color, Black, Indigenous, and new immigrant women have felt it more than women overall. So, Honourable Speaker, we're proud of the grant program, and I know tourism is the line of question today. There's no province that's offering grants as high as we are for tourism operators. There's no other province. The next closest is $20,000, and we're offering $45,000. I know my colleague, the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, is working closely with the tourism sector to find the solutions. But so far, they've appreciated the cooperative approach we've taken. We've listened, we've adjusted our programs according to feedback, and we're going to continue to do that as the pandemic changes, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, this government's incompetence is all around us. Last summer, the tourism sector called for $680 million of relief, and the government hasn't been able to deliver even a fraction of that. An internal document from the Ministry of Tourism reveals, quote, due to the timing of the recovery plan's announcement, the terms of reference for the Tourism Task Force were not finalized prior to the writ of election being issued, end quote. And the same document shows, quote, due to the interregnum period, the Tourism Task Force was unable to consult during the month of October, end quote. Will the Premier admit that he stalled recovery efforts, and will he fix it by providing tourism businesses with the relief that they have repeatedly asked for?
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Our government asked and put together the task force representative of those leading the industry, First Nations leaders, labor leaders. They put forward a final report to us on December 9th, and on December 22nd, we announced that we were amending the small and medium-sized business grant, which was a call to action. The biggest call to action from the task force for us to make sure that those dollars go out the door. And as my colleague just mentioned, the Minister for Jobs, Economic Recovery, Innovation mentioned, this is one of the biggest grants across the country. There is more to do. We were responsive to the request for more funding for the Indigenous tourism sector, one of the fastest growing sectors in the province, and we'll continue being responsive. There's a call to action to make it safe and have a certification program so that consumers know that when they go into any facility that we've got the highest test of safety and cleanliness and all of the other COVID protocols that WorkSafe is calling for, directed by the PHO. We're going to continue being responsive because we know how valuable the tourism sector is to BC's bottom line, to all of our economies, to every postal code across this province. We want to make sure that the light switch is ready to go on when we're safe to travel across our province and invite visitors to travel across BC. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think that's cold comfort to most of the tourism and folks in the province. There's a lot of rhetoric there and not a lot of answers about how they're going to support the tourism sector. But let's move on a little bit, because it's a very known fact that BC has one of the worst, if not the worst, gender pay gap in the country. The Premier has a chance to fix it. The pay equity bill that I tabled is still sitting on the order paper, and the Premier can call it for debate. Will he call the bill?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we have taken significant strides as a government towards gender equality. And the pandemic, for sure, it has highlighted really how much further we absolutely need to go. how much further we need to go as a government, how much further we need to go as a society. We do know that women make up a greater proportion of the lower paid service sector jobs that was hardest hit at the beginning of the pandemic. And I know that everyone in this House agrees that all workers, regardless of gender, should be paid the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, doesn't matter how you identify, you should get paid the same. And we've taken significant historic steps as a government to close the wage gap. Our investments in childcare have been absolutely significant and probably the most impactful to close that wage gap. We've raised BC's minimum wage and server wages, where the majority of workers are women. And certainly providing support to women in skills trades so that women can access a greater number of good paying jobs. And we know how critical that is going to be for our economic recovery. We are absolutely focused on making women's lives better, and we're going to continue to close the wage gap. And the member has brought forward a bill, and I think it's important to recognize that the nature of that bill, 98% of businesses in BC have fewer than 50 employees. So the legislation that she's proposed wouldn't really affect the vast majority of women, Honourable Speaker. So we're putting our attention on a broader view, recognizing that there are many ways to facilitate women having good paying jobs in the workforce, and making sure that we are addressing all the systematic barriers that impact on pay equity. There's absolutely more work for us to do, and I look forward to talking with the member going forward and making sure that we're continuing to address this ongoing challenge.
The bell ends question period. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to table two reports. The first, the annual report of the Property Assessment Appeal Board, and the second, the annual report of the Labour Relations Board.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee Stage Bill 7 Tenancy Statutes Act.
Committee Chair.
Recognizing the Attorney General, Minister responsible for housing. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We'll be entering into committee stage this afternoon. I look forward to hearing the members' questions as we move forward, and I'll introduce staff shortly.
Thank you, Minister. So here on Bill 7, Tenancy Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Recognizing the member for Kelowna West. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure and an honor to stand before this House and raise questions about, important questions about how Bill 7 and its implementation will affect British Columbians, renters, as well as people that are going to be impacted, the landlords or people that own buildings that are part of the rental pool in British Columbia. I just want to thank the staff that have supported me, Ryan Mitten, Abigail Ewer, who are working in both communications and research for me, but more importantly, the staff that the Minister provided after this bill was introduced on March the 1st, Cheryl May, Tyann Blewett, and Kathy Elder. And it was good to have their insight and expertise. But after reading the, the contents of the bill and the implications, Mr. Speaker, through to the Minister, we do have questions. And I guess the first and one of the most important, especially based on the actions of the government that we've seen in the last year, is this legislation. We're wondering if it's compliant with UNDRIP. As it's one of the things that government has stated that there's going to be very, the lens of UNDRIP is going to be focused in. So I first would like to find out what that, if it has, and if that has, what provisions are taken and where that might be in the Act.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I can advise the member that the proposed amendments are consistent with UNDRIP, and the province is engaged with Indigenous groups in a manner that supports the province's commitment under Section 3 of the Declaration Act to consult and cooperate with Indigenous peoples in BC regarding legislative amendments to ensure they're consistent with UNDRIP.
Member, Clause 1.
Thank you very much. I guess we'll get maybe a little bit further, but I do wonder if this Act is going to have any oversight over rentals that are on First Nation lands in terms of British Columbia. In my particular riding, there's almost 10,000 non-band members that live on band land, and many of those are rentals or on 99-year leases. How is that part of the Bill 7?
Minister.
So the amendments would not apply on reserve land. They do apply on treaty settlement lands unless the nation has passed its own residential tenancy rules, and to the best of staff's knowledge, only one nation has done that, Tla'amin Nation. But otherwise, it does not apply on reserve land.
Shall Section 1, Member for Kelowna West.
Thanks very much. Mr. Speaker, Okay, so we've talked about the assessment in terms of the lens from the UNDRIP lens. What about an economic impact assessment for this piece of legislation? Through to the ministers, Mr. Speaker, has there been economic assessment done? And if so, what were the results and the impact assessment?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As part of the request for legislation process, there is an economic review that is done by staff, and there was a determination of economic impact on two groups, specifically landlords and tenants. In particular, in tenants, there is a significant economic impact as a result of the pandemic, and on landlords, there are some impacts of measures in this bill on landlords, but in general, the position of the government is, and the position of the task force was in their recommendations, that these were balanced impacts between tenants and landlords.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have difficulty in imagining, like when I read the legislation, Mr. Speaker, the legislation does really reflect the work that the rental task force did and the recommendations. What I think is the economic impact, considering not outside of COVID, I think of just the ability for the group, the landlord community, being able to not only do the work, maintain the stock in British Columbia at a level and a standard that is what we would expect and the RTB would expect, but the question really is that it's highly punitive and it has a lot of language in it that makes the accountability on the landlord community. And I guess really there is the appearance in Bill 7 is that there's a significant weighting in economic impact in that community. So I guess the question is this legislation deals with the renter side of it and the rules with the RTB about the landlord-renter relationship. But the question really is that how is this going to improve the supply with these kind of punitive actions in terms of how landlords are going to be incentivized to develop more or maintain the stock? Where is that impact, economic impact, in terms of this, or was it ignored, or is it not relevant?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, obviously I'm going to have to disagree with the member's characterization of the bill. It's fundamentally incorrect, but he doesn't have to take my word for it. I'll read the words of David Hutniak, Chief Executive Officer of Landlord BC, quote, "The Rental Housing Task Force recommendations are a roadmap for positive change. Landlord BC believes that encouraging continued investment to prolong or sustain the useful life of a rental unit or building is essential. We further believe that making the landlord proceed in this proposed manner, whereby legitimate cases where vacant possession is necessary and appropriate are adjudicated up front, will ensure work is undertaken in good faith, thereby mitigating what has at times been an unnecessarily confrontational process." And he does give a caution. I'll give the member some space in this regard. He says, "What will be critical is that the RTB establish a robust residential tenancy branch, establish a robust application and implementation process, and that arbitrators assigned to these cases possess the necessary specialized knowledge to assess the technical nature of the proposed work." Now, I note that the Rental Housing Task Force work took place a while ago. And yet, despite their recommendations, I can advise the member that in our first 3 years of government, we registered more rental units for construction than the previous government did in the previous decade. Okay? So the BC Liberal government, 25,000 units from 2007 to 2016, and the BC NDP government, 29,000 units from 2017 to 2019. In 2020, we'd already, and this is post-rental housing task force, in 2020, we'd already registered more rental units for construction by July than the previous government ever did in an entire year. So I understand the member has concerns about supply. I understand he has concerns about landlords. We have concerns about supply, and we have concerns about the fairness of the program too. That is captured in the bill, and it's also captured in the numbers.
Member Kelowna West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's obvious that I think that there's a number of different factors in how you measure these things. It's interesting. Recent reports have shown that that there is differences in terms of the amount of stock that's being built, the slowdown, the lack of construction. COVID has impacted a lot of these things dramatically. But I think more importantly, and if the minister is correct, I would commend the government in terms of being able to have achieved that. However, we do see that rents have gone up considerably, over $2,000 per year. So the whole concept of affordability, I don't know if the minister supports the idea that supply should bring down the cost of housing and make it more affordable. However, we're seeing the inverse of that. We're seeing that it's costing almost $200 more a month for somebody renting in the city of Vancouver. So, that's not what this bill necessarily is about, but I am concerned about the economic impact in terms of being able to make certain that the rent task force recommendations are not necessarily leading to a choking off of, where landlords will have the incentive to do that. So just going back to the quotation that he had from Landlord BC and a roadmap to certainty, I don't disagree. I think that there's lots of room for grounds of disagreement in terms of a landlord-tenant relationship. I've not been one, but I know people that have gone through that. And those numbers that he has just stated about the record that your government has created and what we did previously, I'd be interested in seeing that information. So I guess, can the minister just update on how many of the recommendations already from the rental housing task force, how many of those have been implemented to date? And just so we can get a sense of the 30-some recommendations that are in the report, how many more still have to be implemented?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder whether the chair whether I should be swapping with the chair right now, as he. I know that the chair chaired the rental housing task force as well, and I appreciate very much his work on that. In any event, there were 23 recommendations from the rental housing task force plus 2 early recommendations for a total of 25. And with the introduction of this bill, should it pass, all but 7 have become law in British Columbia.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know you were interviewed in terms of the report and the excitement around it. I would like to just ask, what's the timeline of the full implementation, the ones that are not yet implemented after Bill 7 is brought into law? What's the timeline for the rest of the recommendations, or are they not being addressed at this time?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of these recommendations require additional legislation, and a couple are purely operational. So policy work continues on those fronts, and we'll certainly advise members if any changes are made.
Shall clause member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to be clear, some of the recommendations can be dealt with through regulation, is what the minister just stated?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just restate a couple require legislation, so would have to come to this House, and a couple are operational in nature and are more in the nature of a policy or operational change. So I'll advise the member certainly if there are any operational changes made that are recommended by the committee, and policy work continues on all of those remaining 7.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good, and I know we're going to get into more of the details as we go through the bill, but I guess there seems to be a fairly large shift here to go from regulation in some cases to legislation, and that's a big difference. And I guess the question that we're likely want to pursue is, why is it that we needed, what was the matter with regulation? Why wasn't it working? The full implementation date for those last 2 changes and the operational ones is when?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member will have to clarify his statement about moving regulation to legislation so that I can understand better his concern. As for the second piece, I don't have a timeline for him to share yet, but I'll certainly advise him if that changes.
Member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just really wanted to know about the rent task force implementation, and I think, to be clear, the minister just said that he doesn't necessarily know the last 2. The other ones that are operational and policy, those ones, he doesn't have the timeline on those, and so I'll accept that, and thank you. But it appears that most of the implementation is being done with Bill 7 and previous work that was being done. I just want to ask through the chair to the minister. The minister's colleague from Chilliwack last week was speaking in this House about housing, and in his statement, I'm a Gen Xer, so I was able to buy a house and have applied for homeowners grants in the past. I think that I am in the last generation that will be a homeowner, is what I'm assuming that infers. That's why they refer to us and everyone as everyone else as renters. Does the minister endorse the member from Chilliwack's view that the Gen X generation is the last generation to own homes, and it will be, in the future, will be a renter's life?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a second to recognize, since we are traversing well and beyond the the bill, the member from Chilliwack, and what an exceptional candidate he was in the election, and how remarkable it was that we elected an MLA from Chilliwack. And it relates to this bill and the member's question, because we elected MLAs right up the valley. and this is an unprecedented electoral breakthrough for our party, of which the member for Chilliwack is remarkably emblematic, inspiring young leaders. And there is no question that in my mind, that the reason why we elected so many members up the valley is because of our government's commitment to address the injustice of the housing crisis and its generational impacts. Our party and the member from Chilliwack have spoken eloquently about this many, many times. To pull one line from a member's speech and pretend that that is somehow government policy or what the member stands for is, I get it, it's politics, but I just wanted to say on the record how proud I am of the member from Chilliwack, his advocacy for housing, standing strong in Chilliwack for affordable housing, representing those families in Chilliwack that felt abandoned under the previous administration in relation to housing, and how proud I am of all of our MLAs up the valley and the Premier for putting forward a progressive housing agenda that got them elected, that we're implementing. Let me tell you, when you are building as a government more than 26,000 units of housing in the first 4 years that you've been elected, affordable housing, rental housing, affordable housing for purchase, and we're just getting started. It's no wonder that we had that success. It's no wonder we have amazing MLAs like the member from Chilliwack. I congratulate him for his housing advocacy, and I recognize that the perspective of many young people, that they have been shut out of the housing market for a long time, is a real perspective. And we have to do everything we can in this house, on both sides of the aisle, to address that generational unfairness and to give people an opportunity to have safe, affordable, decent housing for themselves and their families. And the member will see more to come from our government on that incredibly important question. I thank him for raising it.
Shall Section 1, Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I did commend the member for his comments, but I do think that it is an important question. Is that the view of the ministers and the governments, that his generation will be the last generation to being able to afford housing? And if that is the case, is this the solution, Bill 7?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's the view of a lot of young British Columbians. They're going to have a really hard time getting into the housing market. And as a provincial government, and with our partners, the federal government, and our partners, the municipalities, all of our levels of government have to recognize that unfairness, that's shutting people out of the housing market, that's shutting their families out of the housing market, is unacceptable. And we have to fight it. And we fight it through legislation, through initiatives, through investment. And this is for many people, many young people especially, the political question. And I say that even knowing that we are in a global pandemic. For these young people, housing is so tied to these issues, whether it's the pandemic, families, childcare, relatives, supports. You know, I as housing minister, I was incredibly honored to be selected for this portfolio by the Premier, because I understand, as I know all members on this side of the House do, the critical importance of this housing question for British Columbians, and especially young British Columbians. We must fight the exclusion of thousands and thousands of British Columbians from affordable, decent housing for themselves and their families. And we need to give young people a sense of hope that we are on their side in fighting for that. And there's no question that this bill is part of that. If you live in rental housing in British Columbia, we want to tell you, you're not going to just get turfed because some landlord wants to paint the walls and pretend that that's a renovation that requires an empty apartment. You need to have some form of security in your housing. And that's not me saying that, that's Landlord BC saying that. They're saying we don't want those bad operators to reflect on landlords in the province. But we also need to upgrade our buildings because they're aging, because the federal government tax incentive program that built them was so many decades ago, and we need to fix the plumbing, and we need to fix the electrical systems, and we need to make sure the buildings are safe so that they don't fall apart. These are very reasonable perspectives. So preserving the rental housing stock that we have, the affordable rental housing stock, ensuring some level of security for renters who need that in order to know that their kid gets to keep going to the same school, that they get to keep an affordable commute to their job. These are basic issues for any family. So this bill is exactly tied into that question and our fight for British Columbians who are feeling acutely that housing crisis and who don't feel safe and secure in their rental housing, who watch their friends get evicted, who are thinking about having families or having families and saying, can we stay here? Can we stay in this place? So this bill is part of that, part of our housing response. But just one part. Because the other part, as we keep talking about, that we've got to build some housing. We've got to build rental housing, we've got to build affordable housing for purchase, we've got to build workforce housing. Housing is vital infrastructure for our province to succeed, for the people who live here to have successful lives. I think it's basic, and I think this bill is part of it, but it's just a small part of it, and we've got lots more to do.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the Minister. Well, I don't think that we disagree in terms of preserving and assuring housing stock is really important. I mean, British Columbia is home to 60,000 new British Columbians every year. We have unprecedented low interest rates, allowing people to being able to buy or finance and do the things that will help increase and address what the Minister has just stated. We're in a situation where I guess the thing about it, what I'm really getting at is we're not really addressing the supply side. The 29,000 units that the Minister just referred to, I checked back in my notes and only just over 3,200, around 3,250 units are actually complete in operation. So we're a far cry from delivering on all the 29,000. So we do need to work harder on that. My end goal in Bill 7 is to make certain that the government is doing everything possible to achieve that. And we're going to go through and see that in the end here. So I guess one of the questions I have in the first section is the examples of the standard versus other material term that's in section 30 or section 32.4, the amendment, and just the term other than a standard term or material term. I'd just like him to explain, if he could, what the difference between those two terms are, please. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a standard term is, when the rent should be paid and so on. These are standard terms that are in all rental agreements. And a material term is a term that is so significant to the rental contract that if it was breached, that the rental couldn't continue. That's the distinction. And just to set the record straight, a very unfortunate report issued by the member's party. I'm sorry to hear him cite it. About the housing starts under our government. As of January 2021, here are the facts for the member. Government has 26,283 homes complete or underway. That includes 7,054 homes complete, 9,210 in active construction, and 10,019 in local municipal planning approval processes. And the member, his party released a report that excluded several streams of funding for affordable renting from their numbers, which was very unfortunate, including student housing. I note that in 16 years, the previous government built only 130 student housing beds. We're building almost 4 times that in one building at BCIT. We have almost 10 times more housing and construction and development today than the previous government did in 2017. We've got 20% more housing starts generally than the old government projected for this time period in their 2017 budget. 18,000 more condos are now being rented out in Metro Vancouver instead of sitting empty thanks to the speculation and vacancy tax. We are doing a lot on supply. And we also need to make sure that the legislation makes sense, which is what we're doing here today, I think.
Shall Clause 1? Member for Kelowna West on Clause 1.
So I just want to be clear. This section is dealing with the Manufactured Home Park Tenancy Act. So I want to be clear about the terms and just ask if the, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister could give me an example of, especially like the standard terms, I think he made it clear, but the second part, which is the material term, and just what those, an example of that is, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An example of a material term where if it were breached that the rental housing contract could not continue. An example given by staff is an electrical feed being the responsibility of the landlord to provide to the tenant's unit. If that were breached, it would be functionally impossible for the tenant to continue to live at the site. So that would be a material term. I neglected to introduce staff. I said that I would. I didn't have the list immediately in front of me. I'm joined by a couple of the members that briefed my critic, Cheryl May, Assistant Deputy Minister, and Tyann Blewett, Director of Policy, both from Office of Housing and Construction Standards in my ministry, and also joined by Brad Sparrow, Senior Policy Analyst of the Office in Housing Construction Standards as well.
Shall Section 1 pass? So ordered. Shall clause, I'm sorry to update my terms, that was Clause 1. We're now moving to Clause 2. It becomes a section, I'm told, once it's passed, but anyways, on to Clause 2. Member for Kelowna Mission. Kelowna West.
Yeah, no, I haven't moved across the lake yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do look across and I come downtown, but I'm not. My colleague that represents that area is right here in the House. And I'm sure she'd like to speak to this bill because she has this extensive background in building and construction. I just want to, if the minister can be clear about if park utility charges, which, okay, so Section 2 establishes the rent freeze for 2021, I guess, as it relates to manufactured home parks. Can the minister just clarify if the park utility charges are also frozen through this rent freeze for manufactured homes, or does that remain flexible?
Minister.
If they are paid for by the landlord and passed through to the tenant, then yes, they are frozen as well.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 2.
So, just to be clear, the minister said that if the landlord is including those utilities in terms of that, they are frozen till the end of 2021. I'm certain that that's what I just heard. The costs that are out of the control of the landlord or the owner of manufactured home parks, such as not only property taxes, but water, other utilities that are provided, or service fees that are provided to the tenants within a manufactured housing development. If those are passed on by the landlord, then those remain frozen until the end of 2021. And then, after that, the way that my understanding is that it's only at the BC Consumer Price Index that the landlord would be able to increase being able to recover those increases. Is that correct, Minister?
Minister.
There is after 2022, there's a distinct and separate equation for manufactured home parks, which is that the allowable rent increase is inflation, but plus a portion of the utilities divided by the number of units, so they can continue to pass those costs through starting again after the rent freeze in 2022. After the rent freeze in 2022.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands on Clause 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his responses. I just want to, some of the conversation that we had on the Rental Housing Task Force was around the flexibility and the ability for landlords to be able to recoup any investments that they make through increase in rent. Just maybe the Minister can talk a little bit about that. In this rent freeze time leading to January of 2022, is that an option for landlords, or is this a total freeze on all rent increases up to that date?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise the member that we are working on a process. The legislation in front of the House creates the possibility of regulation in this area, a predictable method to recover the cost of improvements to a building. Those regulations, the policy work on that is happening right now. The expectation is that we should have a system in place in the coming months, and that landlords would be able to apply at some point this year under a new system enabled by those regulations. I'm afraid I can't be more precise than that. That policy work is happening currently within the ministry on the assumption that this legislation, that this bill passes the House, and the section, in particular the section that empowers the regulations for that particular recovery.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? Member for Kelowna West on Clause 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what would the rationale for the director reviewing a decision on their own initiative be? To the Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the current system, one party must apply for this kind of review to take place, but it may be that only the branch itself, the arbitrator, knows that a mistake was made. and currently they can't initiate that process, even though they know a mistake was made, because the legislation only permits the parties to the dispute to apply. So the gap that is meant to be addressed here is where the director is aware of an error, that the director could initiate the process to correct that and improve fairness through that mechanism.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just in this Section 72, the amendments, can the minister provide an example of where this added prerogative would be used and what it's intended to accomplish, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the authority is narrow and is prescribed by the legislation. But an example is if the director was aware that evidence had been uploaded to the wrong file, or there was some kind of technical issue that interfered with the fairness of the hearing, and so the evidence wasn't available to the parties, the disputants in the party. As an example of where the director can say, okay, that wasn't fair, that evidence should have been there for the hearing, and allows the director to revisit that file.
Member, Kelowna Mission, on Clause 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, through to the minister on Section 6. There's an added subsection, B.3, and it speaks to technical irregularities. Can the minister provide an example of a technical irregularity and how this would affect a hearing, and how the director would go about fixing it under this new section?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the residential tenancy branch relies on a digital system for managing evidence in hearings, as well as the telephone calls between the parties. Any number of issues could arise with that digital system, and it's difficult to anticipate exactly what they look like until they happen. But if they affected the fairness of the hearing, then the director would have the ability to review a decision and make additional determinations to ensure fairness. But as with most digital systems, things do happen. And so having this ground where a party might not be aware that their hearing was affected by some sort of issue with the system is an important one.
Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 7, member for Kelowna West on Clause 7.
No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in Clause 7, it relates to in subsections 1 and 2 by striking out documents and substituting records. Could the minister just illustrate the difference between records and documents and what was previously excluded by this change?
Minister.
Thank you. Record is defined in the Interpretation Act, and it's broader than document. In the Interpretation Act, record includes books, documents, maps, drawings, photographs, letters, vouchers, papers, and any other thing on which information is recorded or stored by any means, whether graphic, electronic, mechanical, or otherwise. This allows the director to compel records from a person, such as a contractor, for example, who's not under investigation but has records related to the investigation, and doesn't unduly limit the type of records that could be accessed to exclusively documents or create an avenue for arguing that a particular record is not a document and is therefore not accessible. It broadens the term because obviously there are a wide array of records that could have important information that may not be considered documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through to the Minister. So you just mentioned that a third party that is not under investigation or review may be compelled to provide these records to the director. What authority, or sorry, what tool would the director have at their disposal to being able to force those records to be released? There is the law, but what tools would the director have to use if somebody chose to be non-compliant?
Minister.
The director would be in contact with the third party to make the demand for records. If the party elected not to cooperate with the demand for records, the director has the ability to level an administrative penalty of as much as $5,000 a day. And obviously the context would be very important about the amount of the administrative penalty, but it could be quite significant for noncompliance.
Shall Clause 7 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 8, member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moving on to Section 8, there's a repeal of 80.3 and the Manufactured Home Act, and Sections A and B are being repealed and substituted. And I guess my first question in this section is what examples can the minister provide of these contraventions? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for subsection A, this is the regular business of the residential tenancy branch. If a tenant or landlord is regularly not following the requirements of the acts and the situation is so severe it calls for an administrative penalty, that's subsection A. For subsection B, an example is the example that I just shared with the member about failing to provide records at the demand of the director, for example. And for subsection C, if a person provided a falsified document at a hearing, which is something that has happened at the residential tenancy branch, this provides a way for the director to reflect that that is not acceptable conduct at a hearing in front of this tribunal.
Shall clause, member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just wondered, in terms of the contraventions, prior to this amendment, how frequent or how often have these laid out type of contraventions occurred? What's the frequency, please, Minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you're going to remember this when we had the residential tenancy branch legislation, where there were lots of good rules, but they didn't have the ability to ensure compliance. And in May of 2019, we established a compliance unit within the residential tenancy branch that had the ability to receive complaints about noncompliance with the Act, investigate them, and encourage people to come into compliance, and if not, to levy administrative penalties. Since May 2019 and the establishment of the compliance unit, there's been 260 complaints filed with the unit. 160 investigations flowed from those 260 complaints. Of those, the vast majority, overwhelming majority, of landlords and tenants came into compliance following the investigation's findings. But in 14 cases, they did not. So there were 14 penalties issued under the Act. 10 of those penalties were awarded against landlords and 4 against tenants.
Member.
Is there any chance, sorry, Mr. Speaker, is there any chance that this section creates, gives the power to the director to create a sanction like a win-lose situation? I guess there's a lot of power residing in the director in terms of these things, and the penalties are obviously fairly severe. So I just want to probe if in his judgment, being Attorney General, is the degree of fairness? We're not moving towards well, I'm assuming it is a little bit like an arbitration, a win-lose situation. You make your case, and if you are unsuccessful, you lose. And I'm just wondering, is that what this is going to, is it essentially creating the director as being the arbitrator in this particular case?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the operating philosophy of the director of the branch is to encourage compliance with the Act. And that's why the member hears about 160 investigations leading to just 14 penalties. Because in the vast majority of areas of dispute between landlords and tenants about compliance with the Act, the compliance unit was able to encourage compliance on the part of one or the other or both parties. I just want to note, because the member seems concerned that there's a significant expansion of the authority of the director under these amendments. It's not the case. The previous section of the Act, before being amended by this bill, as sections of the Act that were brought into being and maintained throughout the time of the previous administration, are the entirety of subsection A, contravened a provision of this Act or the regulations that was already in the law in British Columbia. It is right now. Subsection B failed to comply with the decision or order of the director that was already in the law. So this amendment only adds the section about a demand issued for production of records, or if you tender false or misleading information in a dispute resolution proceeding. So I think most members of this House would agree that if someone produces a falsified document in a formal hearing, like a residential tenancy branch arbitration, that there should be a consequence. And unfortunately, under the legislation, without this section, you cannot have a consequence, short of course, losing your arbitration. But there's no additional consequence within the Act that can be levied. There may be other penalties or other criminal processes or so on. But really, there needs to be a consequence. That's what subsection C is about. And the other is, you can give the director the ability to make decisions, but if a third party has records that are essential for the fair determination of the dispute, and that third party refuses to provide those records, we really need to give the director the ability to say, we need those documents, or else there's a financial consequence, to encourage non-compliant parties to come into compliance. And as the member can hear from the statistics, just the existence of these authorities is, in the vast majority of cases, sufficient to encourage people to come into compliance. So it's not a significant expansion of the director's authority, but it does address some longstanding issues where there were simply no teeth. And one of those goes back to our establishment of the compliance unit, where there were many provisions of the Act that made a lot of sense, but there was no way for the director to investigate or address abuse of the Act, for example. And that's where the compliance unit has made a significant difference, and the resources provided to it to be able to do these kinds of investigations.
Shall Clause 8 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 9, member for Kelowna West on Clause 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer on the previous clause. So on Clause 9, under the review of the administrative penalty, which really follows along just what he was saying, can the Minister just describe an example of where the Director would want to review an administrative penalty on their own initiative? And I say own initiative.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So an administrative penalty is a dispute between government and an individual. This is not part of the dispute resolution process. And so for the areas that are enumerated in Section 4, that a person wasn't able to be heard because of circumstances that couldn't be anticipated, or that a person has new and relevant evidence, or the person who performed administrative tasks for the director made a procedural error that materially affected the decision, or there was a technical irregularity or error, or that the director didn't determine an issue that the director was required to determine in order to levy the penalty. For any of those circumstances laid out in subsection 4, the director might be the only party that knows that one of those issues came up. And so in that circumstance, on the director's own initiative, we want them to have the authority to review the decision to apply an administrative penalty, and not have to wait for the party that was fined to identify the issue themselves. It's just a matter of fairness and justice. If the decision maker discovers a major problem like that, that they should be able to reopen and modify the administrative penalty.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just how common, to the Minister, how commonplace would this be for the director to have to operate on their own initiative, and is there some indication as to how the frequency of that, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before these amendments, the individual who had the fine levied against them had to request a review by the director for one of these types of problems, and far more frequently, the concern was anyway, I don't know about far more frequently, but the concern was that people would just go to BC Supreme Court for a judicial review rather than applying for reconsideration. And the goal is to prevent wasting court resources where everybody agrees a mistake was made, an administrative task problem or a technical problem or some sort of evidence that wasn't available at the time comes to light. We don't want to waste the court's time. The tribunal should, the director should be able to reopen and reconsider and notify the party that's affected that the fine has been canceled or modified in some way because of one of these issues. And it saves the court time and saves individuals involved the effort of going to BC Supreme Court.
Member for Kelowna West on Clause 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just in terms of this, I understand the minister's just stated that this is actually to take things out of the court system and actually have a procedure that allows for the director of the RTB being able to make decisions. So when it comes to appeals of the penalties and review, what will provide finality to the process so that the decisions are not caught up in an endless stream of appeals, Minister?
Minister, on Clause 9.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Chair. If a party, the review process will take place, and if a party is not satisfied with the outcome of the review process, they still have the ability to go to BC Supreme Court through the judicial review process. This is just an attempt to address any obvious issues that everybody agrees on without having to go to court for that purpose.
Sitting, yeah, he is. Okay.
Aye. Yeah. There we go.
Speaker? No,
Okay.
I do have some questions on Clause 11.
Right, that's what I
Thank
thought.
With Clause 11, just wondering if I could ask through to the Minister if he could elaborate on the types of restrictions that will be placed on changing park rules. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand from staff that the recommendation from the residential tenancy or from the rental housing task force was quite high level, and that there is some additional policy work that is required around this section. This is a section that creates the possibility of regulation. And so as part of that regulation drafting process, it's staff's intention to engage with representative organizations for owners and landlords to determine the appropriate frequency, for example, under this section.
Member Kelowna West, Clause 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through to the Minister. Thank you for that answer. Would the Minister be able to provide an example of the new regulations or what new regulations are intended to prevent and how they will be enforced?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the intention behind the recommendation by the Rental Housing Task Force was to prevent frequent rule changes that made it difficult for owners of these types of homes from understanding what rules they had to conduct themselves by in order to keep their housing. And also that in some unfortunate instances, there were at a minimum allegations that owners of these types of these parks targeting individual tenants with rule changes in order to either encourage the person to sell their home and leave the park, or otherwise change behavior that was otherwise lawful and consistent with the rules. So the hope is to give some certainty and predictability around park rules for everybody that lives in Manufactured Home Park.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, Minister, for that. And I think everybody appreciates certainty and in knowing what the rules are. Is there going to be, Minister, a standard timeline for the frequency of park rule changes? If so, what would that be?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This recommendation was quite a high-level recommendation by the task force, and so staff had advised that they're going to be doing some more engagement with the sector in drafting the regulation with the frequency period.
Member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this type of engagement you refer to, will that be public engagement, or how would that take place? Because I think obviously there's a lot of manufactured home parks all over the province, and I think that they come in all shapes and sizes, as did renters when the former or the task force rental task force chair took his consultation around the province. So could you just be clear as to how these manufactured home park owners are going to be consulted in terms of, you said high level, but could you be a little bit more prescriptive as to how this will unfold, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm advised that the engagement process has not yet been designed, so if the member has suggestions about particular groups that should be engaged, certainly I would be glad to pass those on to staff to make sure they are so engaged. But I can advise the member that there is a Provincial Park Owners Association, and obviously they would be engaged on this question, and there are several manufactured homeowner associations across the province that will also be engaged in this process.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate that there is associations and they're a good source of information. What about the residents that are in, there's literally, I'm sure, hundreds of thousands of residents in British Columbia that live in manufactured home parks. Will they be included in some way, shape, or form so that their concerns are addressed, or do you have some other idea as to how they're going to be consulted?
Minister.
There are a number of homeowner associations, manufactured homeowner associations, that would also be engaged through this process.
Member Kelowna West.
Just give me a second here, Mr. Speaker. So just in, again, further on this, in the calculations, okay, in Section B, repealing Q and substituting with Q respecting rent increases, will this section bring about the process for above guideline rent increases recommended by the task force?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Member.
So, Mr. Speaker, through to the Minister, is it intended that the process for approving rent increases above guidelines, will it be substantially different from the process from the Tenancy Act? And if so, how?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The policy work is ongoing on this, but the intention is to provide a straightforward and predictable and transparent process so that a landlord understands before making an investment whether and to what extent they would be able to recover that cost through rents, or what portion of that cost would be recoverable. That is different than the current act that doesn't provide that level of predictability. So that's our goal in the work that we're doing currently.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And just in terms of this Section 11, just wanted to, well, what if the Minister could describe what the I guess the measure of reasonability for what is allowed under these increases? Does he have a range or some ideas as to what how they will define what reasonableness is, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That policy work is ongoing, and if the member has any suggestions about groups or individuals or particular proposed policies that would be instructive in terms of this, I'd certainly be happy to receive them. But I'm not in a position right now to advise the member on potential ranges. That policy work is happening right now.
Shall Clause 11 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 12 pass? Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, there is a couple of my colleagues that have comments in Section 12, so I'll start off with a couple of questions, and then I'd like to refer the member from Caribou North who has a question. So Section 12 establishes the rent freeze for 2020 as well as 2021 as it relates to normal tenancies. Can the Minister explain why this is being done by legislation instead of regulation as it has been traditionally done before?
Minister on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the pandemic began, we didn't know how long it would last, and landlords were allowed to continue to issue notices to increase rent. The intent of including this provision is to minimize confusion on the part of either landlords or tenants about the relevant dates and the effect of those notices that may have been received during that period. If a landlord wants to increase the rent for 2022, that landlord should be issuing a rent increase to tenants, a rent increase notice to tenants in September of 2021.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Minister, I was asking about why this was being done in legislation versus regulation. And I guess the question is is it necessary, or why is it necessary to change from that model that we've been using for, I'm sure, decades?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the intent is to minimize confusion about fairly significant change. Many tenants look to the Act or policy papers on the Residential Tenancy Branch website, and many landlords as well. And a much smaller number would be looking at regulations under the Act. By putting it in the Act, we draw attention to it and we underline the significance of it. And it provides greater clarity to both landlords and tenants about the relevant dates. It is a significant change, and so we wanted it to be as clear as possible to all parties to minimize disputes and confusion.
Member through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess, Minister, this is one of the areas where I perhaps struggle with Bill 7 because of the lack of dynamic. I understand the Minister's point in suggesting that it's very absolute and clear. However, there is a delay in terms of, although the BC CPI is embedded in the legislation as being the inflationary factor, I don't know how many in this House were working in the 70s, but I can remember, inflation running at 10, 15%. Interest rates in the early 80s hitting 22%. And that, those are factors that are so significant that legislation is going to be very difficult. And of course, puts people behind the 8 ball, very difficult, especially even for projects that are even in process to actually recover their costs and make certain that they're able to sustain what it is. So I guess I don't know if that, I guess my question is, has that really been considered in terms of the fact that even though the economy and interest rates are under 2% at the Bank of Canada today, if things were to double or triple, which would not be unusual, because I was a banker and we did banking at 10 and 12% for decades in this country. Anyways, have they considered that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise the member that CPI is not in this section, and nor is it in the bill. CPI is in the regulation, and the member raises a reason why perhaps CPI might not be an appropriate measure if things get out of whack. I'll note that CPI was in the regulations when their government was in power. Of course, there was an additional increase beyond CPI every year, and that was done away with by our government. And with respect to, I had a little bit more information from staff about the reason why the rent increase notices were canceled through the legislation instead of through regulation. I'm advised that there was no regulation-making power that allowed the cancellation of notices that had been received, notices of rent increase, so it had to go under the legislation as well. So the member can take my earlier comments as another reason, but the staff advised that one of the largest influences on it being in the statute is that there was not a regulation-making power to cancel those notices.
Member on Clause 12.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Well, having been in this House for a few years, I just know the ability to adjust regulation, and I accept the minister's fact that there is no ability to empower the director of the RTB to being able to, have that authority. I do worry that it is an impediment to being able to be dynamic in a market. And I think, we know that the government promised that it would be ending rent freezes in 2021 in the most recent provincial election. After that, the action that, after that, the action that took the rent increases to the rate of inflation will be made permanent. Is this legislation permanently capping rent increases to the rate of inflation?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this section has an important purpose, and I'm worried that the member is not following along what the purpose is. This amendment invalidates annual rent increase notices that are currently suspended and allows landlords to serve new notices of rent increase for 2022. So without this amendment, the rent increase freeze on annual rent increases would end on July 10th, 2021. So it extends the rent increase freeze on annual rent increases until the end of 2021. There is no connection to CPI or inflation or anything like that. That is all in a separate regulation that is not part of this section at all.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and through to the Minister. So I'm not certain that maybe I have misheard, but is the government backing off on its campaign promise by not including a permanent cap in this bill, or will the Minister be tabling additional legislation to provide a cap for certainty on this?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The continuation of the rent freeze campaign commitment, and once it expires, the return to the state before, which was that the only allowable rent increase is the CPI inflation rate.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Caribou North has a question in regards to this, please.
Recognizing the member for Caribou North on Clause 12.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to ask a question on behalf of stakeholders that I've certainly heard from. And I want to first acknowledge the investment that the government has made in post-secondary education. One of the things that I've heard from various post-secondary stakeholder groups, such as the Alma Mater Society and the Graduate Student Society of UBC, is the challenge that they've experienced with the fact that they fall outside, student housing falls outside any of the supports that the government has put forward. And in fact, effectively, the eligibility for student housing leaves them out of programs and policies such as the legislation in Bill 7 around the rent freeze. I know that this is certainly not something that the government made intentional. I think it is something that the advocate groups, the post-secondary advocacy groups, have done an outstanding job meeting with all members, or at least have effectively offered to advocate and meet with all members of this House. I think it's an important piece or gap that the students raise. And while it may not be specific to this particular clause, it is about the rent freeze and how it, that post-secondary students who are absolutely struggling during the pandemic, those who live in the existing student housing that the province has are struggling, and they're hoping that programs such as the rent freeze applies to them as well. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, will the rent freeze and the programs that the government has announced be applied to student housing across British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member is right to note that that students are not they are not captured under the Residential Tenancy Act, and as I understand some of their advocacy, they would prefer a model of the Residential Tenancy Act for students that recognizes the unique nature of student tenure. The member rightly notes, because students are not captured under the Residential Tenancy Act, this rent freeze does not affect students or the decisions made by post-secondary institutions about rents in their housing. Government has provided $3.5 million of funding to post-secondary institutions to support students in crisis because of COVID. Many institutions are providing additional financial support of their own above and beyond that amount. And under this bill and under this freeze, there is no student housing rent freeze.
Member for Caribou North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He answered my question.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Saanich. No, he doesn't want any more. Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the minister allowing that question. I guess, in answer to or recognition of his response, is there any thing being contemplated for student rent controls in student housing to give students the certainty that has been mentioned here about this bill many times earlier today?
Minister, on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be an appropriate question for my colleague, the Minister for Advanced Education, perhaps during the estimates process. So I'm not aware of any in my ministry, but I wouldn't necessarily be aware of that. That work would be happening in the Ministry of Advanced Education and their relationship with post-secondary institutions.
Member Kelowna West, Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important because there is, not-for-profit housing groups, low-income BC Housing. I think it's important that we put them all out on the table here and ask the minister to, I realize he's deflected the question about student housing to the Minister of Advanced Education, which I'm sure my colleague will bring that up. But the question about these other groups, which is in the minister's purview, how do they fall under this, or do they not at all?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the entirety of, but again, there's always an exception that will catch you off guard, but the entirety of the housing block that the member is talking about is subject to agreements with tenants called rent geared to income, that make them rent geared to income housing. And rent geared to income housing is specifically exempted from the Residential Tenancy Act with respect to provisions like these. It simply doesn't apply because the rent paid by the tenant is based on their income, a percentage of their income, typically 30%. And there's an annual review with the tenant of what their income is, and the rent is adjusted accordingly based on their actual income. So these rent increase or decrease provisions do not apply to that type of housing. Now, there may be housing that's operated by a nonprofit that is entirely outside of the purview of government somehow, and and is not rent geared to income housing, and it's just operated maybe by a church group or something like that, and the Residential Tenancy Act would apply. I'm speculating because I always feel like there's one or two exceptions that might catch you off guard. But as far as I'm advised, I can tell the member that nonprofit housing in the province is rent geared to income housing, and that this section would not affect them.
Member for Kelowna West on Clause 12.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and through to the Minister. Well, I just, was informed by my colleague from Kootenay East that there was a substantial rent increase for low-income seniors in his particular riding. I do think that, it's formula-based, it sounds like. I guess my only question to the Minister would be that would he be amenable to at least perhaps having a briefing so that we can answer those questions in our constituencies after this bill, I'm assuming, gets through the House. Maybe I'll go on to my next question, but I don't want to stop him from answering that. Is there, Minister, can you commit today that you're not going to implement vacancy controls?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member's question, any member in this place that has a residential tenancy issue in their community, I will absolutely make staff available to help them understand the relevant provisions of the Residential Tenancy Act and to assist them as best as possible in assisting their constituents, and that can be arranged directly through my ministerial staff. So that is a standing offer, not just subject to this bill. And certainly if a large group of low-income seniors are seeing a significant rent increase that may not be consistent with this bill, we'd love to assist to ensure that nobody is displaced from their home because they don't understand the law or how to challenge it. And it may be inappropriate, without knowing all the circumstances, it may be an appropriate case for the compliance unit that we were discussing earlier. With respect to vacancy control, we do not have any intention of implementing vacancy control, which I understand can also be described as rent that's tied to the unit rather than to the tenant, which is the current model in British Columbia, with one exception. There is a group of buildings, residential hotels, that are protected from conversion in some municipalities, and I'm thinking specifically of Vancouver, that are single-room occupancy residential hotels. And I have heard some suggestion that rent vacancy control for those units may improve access to those units for low-income people. So we are doing some policy work on that, but we are not in any position to be introducing that at this time. But it is something that we are looking at, and I wanted to advise the member of that.
Member of Kelowna West, through the chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to, in this particular, this section or clause, it obviously lays out that the rents will be capped or there'll be no increase until December 31st of 2021. It does refer elsewhere, and I just want to make certain I've got the right clause, but I've heard from many landlords, not big ones, but people that are having one or two or 5 or 6 homes that are rented out on a basis, and the concerns that they have is the new formula of that's going to be set sometime, I believe it's September of 2021, where the BC CPI, without any other increase, will be the allowable rent increase in the Residential Tenancy Act. And so they're having difficulty in recovering the cost of either maintaining an existing building under the new CPI formula. And I'm just wondering how the minister, how they can ensure with this, these rules that they'll be able to be incentivized to continue to maintain, whether it's roofs or other things that need to be maintained, As the minister probably knows, a lot of the housing stock in the province is nearing 60, 6-decade-old age. And so in that particular case, many things are starting to need significant improvements. And I know that we're going to get further into that in Section 14, but I'm just asking, the exemptions around that seem to be very onerous, and I'm just asking how he will ensure that this legislation doesn't deter new rental investments.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Under the previous formula, an additional 2% rent increase was allowed for all landlords, regardless of whether they were making improvements to their housing or not. This new approach is to incent landlords to make improvements to their buildings through a predictable system of cost recovery, so that they understand the business decision that they need to make about putting money into an aging building to bring it up to speed. The hope is that by targeting these increases and supporting those landlords that are improving buildings for tenants and for everybody, and increasing the lifespan of buildings, that we're going to maintain more of our aging rental housing stock, improve it, and at the same time bring more units on stream as we have been doing. I note we've been quite successful in bringing rental housing online, and we're going to do more. We had 29,093 new rental units registered for construction from 2017 to 2019. And 5,400 by July of last year. Good progress on that supply, but also we want to encourage those owners of older buildings to invest into their buildings, and we believe that tenants will support, where improvements are made, reasonable rent increases to help pitch in for that improvement experienced by everyone in the building.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through to the Minister. Well, I know that you read a quote out earlier about Landlord BC and the objectiveness of these rules and things like that. I didn't hear anything from them talking about the actual recovery of some of the increased costs that some of the landlords will be facing. They did a study that was just released in 2018, or up to 2018, that showed that their average expenses increased at almost 8% per year, much higher than inflation. And I guess the question is, the minister is aware of the strata insurance pressures, which will affect rental accommodation. I don't think there's anybody that's exempt from that. I know that there is clear rules under Section 14 that talk about how the landlord is expected to come up with a plan, get permission, go ahead and do the renovations to remediate some of these 60-year-old buildings. But I think that, as I started out by saying, that there is 60,000 new British Columbians coming at an increasing percentage rate every year, and more perhaps in the future, because the federal government is encouraging that. And we have to accelerate the pace of new rental stock, both houses and other units. So I guess the question is how does the minister expect landlords to actually account for these increasing costs? How are they going to recover it?
Minister on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the existing regulations do permit application of the residential tenancy branch to recover extraordinary increases in operating expenses beyond CPI. That provision will continue. There'll be a new provision allowing predictable increases for capital improvements to buildings. And then finally, there will be an increase for CPI. I know this is a delicate balance. The member is right to note this is a delicate balance. We want to support landlords in making improvements to their buildings so that they last and so that they provide a safe and reasonable housing option for people. We want to address an issue that the member raised earlier on in this session about increasing rents and the cost of living in many parts of the province. And part of this is absolutely a supply problem around rental housing. We went for a long time in the province without building enough rental housing. So we need to address that supply. But we also need to provide predictability to both landlords and tenants in rent increases. And that's what we're aiming to do with this legislation, why we struck the task force to advise us on this.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you, Minister, for that. And to be clear, you said that there is an ability for a landlord
Member
to...
for Kelowna West. Through the chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the Minister. What I wanted to be clear about was that the additional expenses that landlords face that I've mentioned in the previous question, those could you just explain or tell me how it is that a landlord can recover these additional expenses over and above the CPI formula that's outlined in this Bill 7? Thank you.
Minister, on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The affected landlord can make an application to the residential tenancy branch, and they will make a determination based on the level of increase in operational costs, as well as any financial loss incurred by the landlord in determining whether an additional rent increase beyond CPI will be allowed.
Member Kelowna West.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair, I just want to make certain that, so does the minister believe that landlords should have to run or could run a deficit in order to provide rental housing, and that that's acceptable?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure where that comes from in Section 12, but I don't know. I guess you could run any business and potentially lose money. So I guess it's theoretically possible that could happen. But with the increase in property values across the province, it's extremely unlikely that would be the situation faced by a landlord currently. But in terms of operational costs, I absolutely accept that a landlord could conduct business in a way where their operational costs exceed the amount of rent that they're taking in, and that they could face an extraordinary increase in operational costs through no fault of their own. And that's why this provision exists, to allow them to make that application, and it remains unchanged through this legislation.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through the chair, just to be clear to the minister, and I think that he stated that, well, first of all, he said, where does it affect like this clause? But the clause has the implied effect that with a cap and no rent increases, it's assuming that the costs haven't gone up. And I know that he knows that there has been cost increases, and that after December of 2021, landlords that have demonstrated cost increases or whatever will be able to apply at some point in the future. I'm assuming they can't go backwards and look at 2020 or 2021. So my question is that with these pressures, and I'm talking about external pressures, tax increases. I mean, I see our local community, the tax increase is set at just under or just over 4%. It was similar last year. Some communities, as he well is aware, I'm sure, are way more than that, more than double. And those aren't sustainable for landlords that have ever increasing assessed values, which doesn't necessarily mean they're not getting that value back. So I guess my question really is that he acknowledges that there is increased cost. There is a process for in the future after January 1st of 2022 to make a case to the RTB about that. But is he suggesting that landlords may have to expect to run deficits? I mean, I realize that it's completely within their responsibility to manage costs and stay within that. But people that bought and have properties, that own property before the pandemic in March of 2019, and whatever the interest rates, if they're now in a situation where they're having to subsidize, is that acceptable? That's my question.
Minister, on Clause 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the member is removing this temporary measure of a rent freeze from the context, which is a global pandemic where many people have seen dramatic impacts to their employment and income. And the goal here is to minimize the impact, especially on lower wage workers who have been disproportionately impacted. And many people who rent do work in sectors that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. So this is absolutely a statement of government policy and a priority, but it takes place in a context, which is that everybody is feeling the impacts of this pandemic in some way. But as we heard from the member from Delta North earlier in question period, Dr. Henry says, we're all in the storm, but we're all in different boats. And so for the people who are in the rental housing boat, we're saying, we know that this is tough for you, and we're not going to allow rent increases for a year. And for people who are in the landlord boat, we recognize it's tough for you too. Many landlords I've met with have given extensions to tenants, have been understanding about rent, understanding that we're all in this together and we're doing our best to support each other in a difficult time. I'm very grateful for that. Should they be subsidizing tenants who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic? Is that what the member's asking? I mean, I think that's pretty great that they would do that. But from a business perspective, maybe that's not great. But I think that's great. And do I accept that it can be expensive to operate a building and to maintain it to high standards? Absolutely, I do. And that's why this bill brings forward a very clear provision for landlords who are investing in their buildings to recover some of those costs. So what we're trying to do is strike a balance here. And I accept the member's suggestion that it can be very hard, especially to be a very small landlord. Met with many landlords that struggle with their operating costs and try to provide a really positive experience for their tenants, both from a rent perspective and just the quality of the building that they want to maintain. And it can be difficult for large landlords as well. So I don't minimize those concerns, but I do note that this rent freeze comes in a context that the member is I wanted to say missing, but I don't think that's fair. I just think that it's important to recognize this context that the member has not addressed in his questions, and the fact that many landlords have, in fact, made the explicit decision with their business to subsidize tenants that are in distress in their buildings. And that's a pretty wonderful thing that they did that.
Shall Clause 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. Member Kelowna West and Clause 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. So I just I had a couple of questions on Clause 13. Because this repeals old criteria for renovictions, can the minister confirm that the other charge-in-use means of ending tenancies continue despite this section?
Minister on Clause 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The answer is yes.
Member on Clause 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair, it appears that while building owners must apply to the RTB when with respect to renovations, demolition, and conversion of the unit does not require an application. Is it possible that administrative delays could be incentivize landlords to pursue demolitions rather than renovations?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the mischief that this is aimed at is a landlord that wants to increase the rent. We do not have vacancy control in this province or rent tied to the unit. And so the way to be able to increase the rent beyond what government permits is to evict the tenant. And how could you evict a tenant? Well, you could say, I'm going to be renovating this unit. The renovations could be cosmetic, new countertops, paint, and so on. And then the obligation previously, assuming this bill is successful, the obligation would be on the tenant to challenge that at the residential tenancy branch, say, oh, the unit doesn't have to be vacant, and they don't have their permits, and on and on. And so this particular provision takes place within the larger set of amendments around renovictions. And renovictions are a very specific activity of landlords that want to increase the rents in the existing building and want to get rid of the tenant. And we're using the ruse of renovations to evict the tenant and increase the rent. So it's profoundly unlikely that a landlord would demolish that rental unit in order to build an entirely new building and increase the rents, because of the cost involved in such a process would vastly outweigh the benefit. But it certainly is possible that a landlord may wish to demolish an older building and rebuild a new rental housing building with more units, or because the building's at the end of its life. Many municipalities have provisions that where an application is made to demolish an existing rental housing building, that additional units need to be provided, and certain commitments need to be made with respect to affordable housing, as well as the ability of tenants to return when the new building is complete. We'll be monitoring this, and if we do see a sudden rash of demolitions across the province, certainly we would move to act. But that is not the mischief that this particular piece was aimed at. This was aimed at the attempt to increase rents in an existing unit with a cosmetic renovation.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 13.
Sorry, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the chair, I would ask if the minister could start by providing us an example of a renovation that would be justifiable under the new section.
Minister on Clause 14.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The section lays out the requirements for what a major renovation that would allow for an eviction consists of. So 49.2 subsection 1 subsection A, first of all, you have to have all your permits and approvals in place from the local municipality or district. Second, the nature of the renovations or repairs require the rental unit to be vacant. You provide any number of examples. For example, remediation that includes asbestos. You can have somebody in a unit where you're mucking around with asbestos, for example. That the renovations or repairs are necessary to prolong or sustain the use of the rental unit or the building. And then finally, that the only reasonable way to achieve the necessary vacancy is to end the tenancy agreement. So it wouldn't be enough that there was asbestos in the building. You'd have to actually be able to demonstrate that you had to end the tenancy agreement because it wasn't reasonable to do it otherwise. So it's a very high bar, but it is an achievable bar, and it recognizes and provides the possibility for the return of the tenant. It gives tenants who are willing and able to move out during renovations or repairs the ability to maintain their tenancies unless that would be totally unreasonable.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. Thank you to the minister. He said that it is a very high bar, and I mean, when you start researching and looking into the issues about the timelines on getting a building permit and the plans, as it says in section 49.2, in order to proceed and move ahead, the landlord who is in possession of the rental unit, if all of the following apply. The landlord intends in good faith to renovate or repair the rental unit and has all the necessary permits and approvals required by law to carry out the renovations or repairs. So and it goes on to talk more about renovations and repairs require the unit to be vacant. The renovations and repairs are necessary to prolong or sustain the use of the rental unit or the building in which the rental unit is located. And the only reasonable way to achieve the necessary vacancy is to end the tenancy agreement. So the question that this whole business about permits and approvals, that's only one small portion of it. Takes a lot of pre-planning, and the minister has said that it is a high threshold, a high bar, I think is his words. So what it is that somebody that is the owner of the particular rental unit, apartment, whatever, will require those permits. And being that most of the stock in the province of British Columbia is average age 60 years, meaning that anything that was built prior to 1990 is suspect, and you have to get certification that it's not that asbestos is not a factor. If it is, that's going to require, obviously, you can't move ahead without the asbestos being removed, meaning that the tenants, it has to be vacated, cleaned up, removed, and whatever. So it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You've got to get the permits, you've got to have the plans, you've got to get the asbestos removed, because most likely your building, if it's built prior to 1990, if it's going to require renovations, is most likely going to have some form of or level of asbestos. On February the 28th of this year, the government brought in regulations around building inspections. They have to be part of a professional organization recognized in this province. Building inspectors level 1, 2, and 3. Currently, there is a shortage of building inspectors to actually being able to do the work that would be required to issue a permit, accept the plans, and follow up in terms of all of the safety considerations that would be required, Mr. Chair. So, you know, in light of that information, just in one local community, they're working on a backlog of 500 permits, they told me, when this bill came in. I don't see how a landlord can meet that threshold without this process taking literally years. And I'm sure if it's immediate, like urgent, there would be nothing other than he'd have to perhaps move the tenants out early if it was to do with pipes or something that was unhealthy or whatever. So my question is that you know, this is very comprehensive, this section or clause, and it requires a very high threshold. And I want to know from the minister, I'm sure it will reduce the number of renovictions as it's termed, but how is the landlord community expected to meet this threshold described in 49.2, subsection 1A?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if the member's concerned about the test, he should have words with Rich Coleman, who wrote it, I guess, when he was Minister for Housing, I assume, or whoever the BC Liberal was who wrote the requirements. It's always been the requirement that the landlord have the permits in place before applying for eviction. To demonstrate that the repairs need to, the unit needs to be vacant and so on. What this does is it flips the obligation from all the tenants in the building going, oh my God, and they've got to get all organized and go to the residential tenancy branch and say, they don't have the permits. And then the landlord says, yes, I don't have the permits. And then everyone goes home and then they get a new eviction notice the following week. And then they go back and again and again and again. Huge waste of resources at the residential tenancy branch for bad actor landlords that have been abusing this section. Not even close to the majority of landlords, but a group of bad actors that saw a way to try to circumvent the rent controls that are in place in our province that pre-existed our government, and this test was put in place. So this flips the test from the tenants having to go, oh my God, and then off to the residential tenancy branch. Now it's the landlord who goes, okay, I know what I have to do. I have to get my permits. I have to have my contractors ready to go. I've got to demonstrate the extent of the repairs that I've got to do here. And I've got to think about, can I do this in a way that allows people to maintain their tenancies or not? And then they've got to go to the residential tenancy branch and get that done. So there's one application. The person who's making the application has all the information. It doesn't require a multiplicity of applications from all of the people in the building, as well as repeated applications over and over. So that's the big change here. The member's very focused on the test. The test is not the big change. The big change is who's responsible for going to the residential tenancy branch. There are two court decisions that this test incorporates. One is called Bowman from, I understand, the BC Court of Appeal, and one is called Barry from the BC Supreme Court that fleshed out some of the test that was in the original statute, and we've, as best as possible, codified that and put it into the provisions that the member sees. So it's the old test as interpreted by the courts to provide certainty to everyone and to be able to draw on that jurisprudence, and it flips responsibility from the tenants to go to the branch to say this isn't an okay eviction, to the landlord to go to the branch to say everything's in place, I'm doing this in good faith, the pipes are falling apart, the electricity's falling apart, we've got to do a major renovation to this building to keep it as housing.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 14.
Well, thank you. I think that probably, you know, there was a lot in my last question, and I appreciate the fact that...
I think I choose the one...
would the member for Richmond North Centre please...
it automatically go to
member for Richmond North Centre, please put yourself on mute.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, members. Members are reminded to please check your cameras, your mouth, your devices, to have them on mute. Thank you, unless you have the floor. Member for Kelowna West.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair to the minister. That's good. I guess the question that, you know, this is a significant amount of responsibility. It doesn't matter if it's... I think that probably the responsibility is in the right place. However, the question really is how is the landlord expected to achieve that? I don't know if when I read the old act that it actually put the onus onto the tenants. However, the question here is section 49.2, where the landlord is the one that is responsible. And I guess based on the fact that this information about the fact that less than a week ago, or just over a week ago, the rules changed in British Columbia that make it very difficult to have the necessary building inspectors. So this is not a short-term thing, this is a longer-term thing. Is there any, is the minister or the people that are bringing in Bill 7, are they aware of that difficulty and the onus that it puts on and actually may impede renovations, necessary renovations, for a very long time, just due to the fact that there's a huge shortage of these building inspectors in the province today?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the member is assigning to a change related to how building inspectors are certified to ensure consistency, a request that came to us from industry, and they're concerned that one developer says one thing, or one building inspector says one thing, another building inspector says another thing, and there's inconsistent training on a consistent provincial building code, and to provide some minimum standards. He's assigning to that change a long-standing challenge of many years around development approvals processes at the municipal level. This is something that has been discussed in British Columbia since I've been in this place, and I was first elected in 2017. So long ago. Yeah, 2017. But the issue of development approvals generally for new construction, as well as renovations in major cities, Vancouver, Victoria, all over the province, is a significant one, and one that spawned a significant piece of engagement and with industry and with municipalities through the Minister for Municipal Affairs that resulted in a report recently released by government called the DAPR report, DAPR, Development Approvals Process Review. And that review process made a number of recommendations to government about how we could support municipalities in expediting approvals processes, both for renovations and for new construction. And I definitely recommend it to the member as very helpful reading about what needs to be done to address some of these issues. And it's something I know my colleague is working on in partnership with the Union of BC Municipalities. And as Housing Minister, it's incredibly important work because there are many, many, many units of housing, including affordable and rental housing, that are stuck in various approval processes around the province that we need to get built because we are in a housing crisis. So that work is happening, but the member mistakenly attributes that to a regulatory change that government is making around building inspectors. It's far more profound than that, and far more longstanding.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through to the Minister, through the Chair, to the Minister. Being that this clause 14 is objective is to prevent or adopt renovations or stop the renovations which were outlined in the rent task force, and I just would like to is the Minister expecting these changes to reduce the renovations, the number of overall renovations, and what's the number that, do they have some quantified number as to what they see as the change in reduction?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure you could enlighten this House about how many times you saw tenants who were evicted, then challenged it at the residential tenancy branch, and the dispute was abandoned only to be met with another eviction notice. It's very hard under the current system to know exactly how big this problem of renoviction is. Fortunately, with this change, we will know exactly how big the issue is and what's happening, because in order to get your order of possession as a landlord, you need to make that application to the residential tenancy branch. So we'll have very precise statistics about what's happening with rental housing, which makes sense when you're in a crisis to know exactly what's happening with the housing stock. So this change is going to provide significantly better statistics, but about 350 a year 350 tenants a year disputed an eviction for renovation, but we only know which ones were disputed and went to dispute resolution.
Member Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Attorney General's Wikipedia page says he was elected in 2013, not 2017, so yeah, that's right. Just a couple of questions on this section through you, Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General. Just with respect to the director's decision point, as I read this, it seems to be clear, but I just want to clarify for the record that if a building owner has all of the 49.2.1 through 4, I guess, in order, then the director makes a decision to approve the eviction request that's being made. Is that correct? Is there actually, other than reviewing whether or not the owner is complying with all of the aspects of this section, is there any other decision that director can make other than to approve that eviction?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the landlord will present evidence on 49.2 subsection 1 A through D. The tenants do have the opportunity to attend and provide evidence as well in respect of those different requirements and whether or not they're met. And then the arbitrator will make a decision about whether or not they are met. I note that there are additional requirements in 49.2. So for example, if the landlord is doing renovations or repairs to more than one rental unit in the building, there's a requirement to make a single application for orders with the same effective date. So there are other requirements that have to be met in addition to 49.2 sub 1. But for the most part, the member is correct. That is the heart of the protection, that the landlord has to satisfy those requirements and the tenants have the opportunity to provide evidence. If a landlord successfully makes out those requirements and the arbitrator rules that the evictions can go ahead, it starts a 4-month clock for that's outlined in subsection 4 for evictions.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, that prior to this bill being put on the order papers, it was still within the responsibility of that building owner to have all of this documentation in place, all the permits, all the plans, everything in place to be able to identify what the project was that was going to need to have the eviction. And so there was a situation in which all that work needed to be done. Was there or is there any anything in place that if a decision by an arbitrator was to not support that eviction, all of the costs and the fees that have been incurred by that landlord, is there anything that to deal with those costs that have been expended already?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, they can still go ahead with the renovation, Mr. Chair, but they just can't end the tenancy of the person in the unit or the people in the building. This isn't about whether or not the renovation gets to go ahead. This is about whether or not the tenants can be permanently evicted from their housing in order for the renovation to go ahead. So all of that investment and the plans and the permits and so on will still be realized in terms of improvements to the building, and then one would assume you would be seeing an application from a landlord for, we've made these capital improvements to the building, we'd like to recover some of those costs through the process that we were discussing earlier.
Member for Kelowna West on Clause 14.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair to the minister. I just, one of the things that, because of the age of the housing or the rental housing stock and buildings in British Columbia, I just wanted to know how asbestos removal and the process, it seems to me that this is a little bit of a chicken and an egg requirement. And I guess I'm just wondering about how does the landlord deal with asbestos removal in a building that was built prior to 1990, and how do they deal with that in terms of the sequencing with the building permits and the plans and the approval from the RTB?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member is asking a very specific question about removal of a hazardous substance, and I regret to say that the relevant expertise about asbestos removal, the testing processes, abatement, and so on, we don't have that expertise on the team that's advising me on the phone, and I don't have it myself. So what I will do is I'll provide more information to the member about that specific issue. My guess would be that having seen asbestos testing at a residence before in relation to renovation would be that you would test for the presence of asbestos. If there is, then you would retain a firm that's expert in asbestos remediation that would provide you an estimate and a plan for work for removal. And then that, in addition with your plans for renovation, would be your evidence to the tribunal about why you needed vacant possession of the units for an extended period, or not. If it was in relation to a small subset of pipes, for example, or some electrical areas you needed to get access to, maybe you didn't need vacant possession of the units for an extended period of time. So whether it's asbestos or lead or any other sort of hazardous substance that may be found in a building, you would need to provide evidence to the tribunal about the length of time it takes to remediate the site, and whether or not the work can be done with people living in the building or not, and if not, how long they would need to be out of the building for, and all of that would need to be considered by the arbitrator in terms of whether or not it's reasonable to do the renovations without ending the tenancy agreement, or whether the only reasonable way to achieve the necessary vacancy is to end the tenancy agreement.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. Well, the reason that this comes up is that you know, it's a chicken and an egg kind of criteria. I mean, if you do go to get a building permit from your local municipality, it does require that certain conditions are met. And of course, the preceding homes that are being renovated or buildings that precede 1990 or older than 1990 do require that they do have the test, as the minister had pointed out. That process does take some time based on the availability. It's at least from the time that you start and you make the application with the asbestos companies that I've checked with, you're going to need at least 4 weeks to just from the start to finish to being able to actually have WorkSafe's approval to go ahead on the building and meet the requirement, which means it has to be entirely vacant. So if I follow this through and I want to do the renovations that I am proposing and I go to the local governing authority, I have to lay out in terms of the changes. I need to make certain that I get their permit, their building permit, that's approved subject to any conditions that they put on the project. The next thing I have to do according to the Act is that minimum of 120 days notice to the tenant in order to action this, and then have the asbestos dealt with first and then the renovation. And in some cases, building permits are usually issued for about a year. Sometimes it's more than that. Sometimes there can be extensions granted. But I think that it is a very tight window, especially considering the fact that I mentioned earlier about the shortage of building inspectors, which is a new issue, and I agree that the standards, they should be standardized, and that is important. But I think in this clause is super important in terms of being able to realistically achieve what is suggested under the, I understand the desire to end renovations. However, I want to make certain that it's realistic that a landlord in British Columbia is going to be able to execute on all of these requirements that are listed under 49.2 and be able to actually achieve success and not end up having a tenant move out and things take longer because of shortages of trades or whatever happens, and be in a situation where they're in violation because they haven't been able to bring the tenant back, even though they've got vacancies. So that's the reason I go down this rabbit hole, if you want to call it, about asbestos, Mr. Speaker. So it's a catch-22, and I guess the question to the minister, based on what I've just said here, has it been thought through properly, one step at a time? I know that this is not necessarily always the expertise within his ministry, but the other ministries that are here, people that are in the profession, building inspectors, cities, have they worked through that this is achievable? That's my question.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise the member that certainly staff have been in touch with cities in the province to determine their workflows to make sure that this is, as he says, achievable. But I also want to point out that this test is unchanged from the previous test. This was always what landlords had to meet. And I'll confess that this situation of asbestos remediation, building permit times, and so on is not one that has come across my desk prior to the member raising it. I'm not sure if he has sort of is concerned sort of in a speculative way about this, or whether he has specific examples of timelines that simply don't meet this set of requirements. And I'll say again that there hasn't been a problem evicting tenants for renovations under this test previously, or just defeating tenants through exhaustion. All we've done is flip the responsibility to the landlord rather than having to respond to the application from the tenants. Now the tenants are responding to the application from the landlord, and there's some, and we've incorporated some of the court decisions directly into the section. The member is quite insistent on his point about about building inspectors, and certainly I welcome any kind of documentation or substantiation of that concern, and if there is a concern, I'm happy to look at it. But I can advise the member that this was something that was asked for by the construction sector. It was very frustrated with how building inspections were being run and wanted some consistency, and I understand that it's widely it's being well received that we are making these changes. But if he has information to the contrary, I'm glad to look at it and to address any concerns. But it's a bit hard to deal with, the member's individual research about how long asbestos remediation takes, and maybe it won't fit in here when we've been working with this test for a long time in the province, and what's changing is the responsibility, not the test. And I'm simply not aware of this being a significant issue. But if the member has information on the contrary, I'm glad to hear it. And I was just sometimes we do need to bring expertise into the House. I saw the member from Skeena had some assistance from a younger constituent in his office. It was very cute and nice to see young people visiting our House despite the pandemic restrictions. Thank you, member.
Member for Kelowna West.
Well, I just I want to the fact that Mr. Speaker, through the chair to the minister, I know that ministers said that this process of the onus being off the tenant onto the landlord is unchanged, but there has been a change in terms of the requirement to prolong and sustain the unit is new. So it is not completely unchanged as he just stated, and I'm happy to we can talk about that. I don't know if that's really the purpose. I just want to, the fact that it is changed for whatever reason, and we do need to make certain that we're comparing apples to apples here. So I want to just go back to the section D in that 49.2. I want to know what the logic in including condition that the only way to complete the renovation is through vacancy. Is this condition necessary?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the goal here is to, this is incorporated from a BC Supreme Court decision that's binding on the tribunal, incorporates it into the Act. The goal here is to prevent cosmetic renovations from leading to people's permanent loss of their homes. And so we have phrased that following the court decision as is outlined in subsection D, which is that, you know, we really only want tenants to be facing eviction if there's no other way to achieve the renovation. And it's really as simple as that.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Minister. So I want to know, how is the RTB to assess what types of renovations require the unit to be vacant? Can the minister provide an example in their experience, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the member and for anyone that is interested in this important question about trying to anticipate before going to the branch about whether or not eviction notices will be granted, the branch is already making determinations. As I say, the intention with these provisions is that the test is the same. And so the residential tenancy branch does have policy guidelines on their website about which types of renovations may and may not require a vacant unit, and that the only way to achieve the vacancy would be to end the tenancy agreement. I will note that some landlords achieve quite substantial renovations without requiring an end to the tenancy agreement. One of the major issues for landlords has been, you know, if I put a significant investment into the building and improve the quality of the building, is there any ability for me to recover some of that cost? And so this bill also answers that. We've been over that in some detail. But I would refer the member to the policy guidelines, the residential tenancy branch, about their best advice about trying to anticipate before you go to the branch whether or not an eviction notice would be granted.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. This whole business about landlords having, I guess, the certainty and I guess the vacancy. I think the Minister's just cited a very cooperative, collaborative approach, and I would hope that that happens more often than not. But I know that from the chair's perspective, I'm sure that he knows examples that are not quite as collaborative. Is there a minimum vacancy through the chair, a vacancy timeline linked to the need to end tenancy, and how many days is that?
Minister.
So the reason why there's not a specific timeline in the legislation is just the challenge, I guess, that has been realized of some landlords who really will stop at nothing to try to evict tenants. And so our concern about putting a specific timeline in here was that if we did, it might incent people to stretch their projects just long enough to get over the timeline to be able to evict tenants, and we wanted to avoid that. And so what the preferred approach is under this act is that the landlord will present all of the information. The tenant will present their willingness or unwillingness to move within certain timelines, and that the arbitrator will make a decision about the reasonableness of that on all the circumstances that are presented.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. I guess the question is how will reasonable be interpreted in subsection D when it comes to ending tenancy?
Minister.
So the word reasonable is a very common test in the law, whether something is reasonable or not reasonable. And it will be determined by the arbitrator based on all of the evidence presented in relation to requirements 49.21 sub A through D, and whether from the perspective of the arbitrator, based on the evidence that they're hearing, whether the only reasonable way to achieve the necessary vacancy is to end the tenancy agreement or not.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. So if the residential tenancy branch determines that ending tenancy is not an option, but the unit still must be vacant, will it be the landlord's responsibility to put the tenant up in a hotel?
Minister.
The short answer is no. It's not the landlord's responsibility to put the tenant up in a hotel during the renovations.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. What other obligations might the landlord face if tenancy cannot be ended but vacancy is required for renovation?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There'd be no other obligations on the landlord. Sometimes issues of quiet enjoyment might come up, but typically where a tenant is willing to stay in a building that's being substantially renovated, obviously, they're having to agree to put up with a certain amount of noise and dust and disruption.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. This requires that renovations must be necessary to prolong or sustain the use of the rental unit or the building. Can the minister define what types of renovations fall under the definition of prolong or sustain?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The intent behind the section is to capture major repairs, mechanical systems and pipes, electrical systems, and so on, and to screen out things like cosmetic repairs, new countertops, paint, new light fixtures, carpets, these kinds of things.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, through the chair, is the minister concerned that strict interpretation of this section could disincentivize repairs to rental units?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, what is disincentivizing repairs is the lack of a predictable mechanism for landlords to be able to recover their investments in prolonging the lives of their buildings and improving the quality of life in their buildings. And we aim to address that through a separate and different section of this bill.
Shall Clause 14, Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. So I guess I missed a thought there about the prolonging and sustaining. I guess based on the threshold requirement, is there a threshold requirement, or will these be assessed holistically on a case-by-case basis by the RTB?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The nature of the arbitration process is these are determined on a case-by-case basis, applying the evidence that's brought forward by the parties against the legislation as it's set out in both the law and the regulations.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, through the chair. We've raised the concerns that this is becoming too hard for landlords to cover their costs in the rental market, but it would actually deter new landlords from entering the market. How would the minister respond to that statement?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our first 3 years of government, we registered more rental units for construction than the old government did in the previous decade. In 2020, we'd already registered more rental units for construction by July than the old government ever did in an entire year. I'm comfortable with our current approach to encouraging and stimulating rental housing construction and feel that we're striking the right balance. We'll continue to monitor that, obviously, as we go forward, but I do not have that concern.
Shall Clause Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few more questions and we'll be done in this section. So the average age of a purpose-built rental in Vancouver is over 60 years old. How does the minister envision these changes will ensure that our aging rental stock will continue to receive adequate repairs, or will these units be demolished instead?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no question that some units are going to be demolished and redeveloped, but the goal of including a predictable rent increase mechanism for landlords that invest in the longevity of their buildings, as well as some of the wording in the section that's in front of us, are aimed at encouraging landlords and rewarding landlords that invest in their buildings to improve the quality of life, rather than the previous approach, which was to allow rent increases across the board regardless of how a landlord managed their building.
Member.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. Generally speaking, does the minister believe that the province has a role in protecting older rental stock, and is this legislation aimed at doing that?
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
Maybe perhaps, could I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chair, how exactly is this Bill 7 bringing protection to that older stock?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By incenting landlords to invest in their buildings and giving them a predictable ability to increase rents to recover those costs, we believe that that will encourage landlords to invest in buildings and prolong the life of a building.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, and through the chair, so will renovations only be limited to structural integrity or the safety of the building, or would a comprehensive interior renovation, like gutting the interior, qualify under this section?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The answer is, and perhaps frustratingly for the member, potentially. It would depend on the evidence that was brought forward about the nature of the renovation according to the test that the law lays out here.
Shall clause 14 pass? Okay. Members, I'm going to ask that again so that those who are watching from home or in their offices can hold up their cards. So that the question was, shall clause 14 pass? All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate nay. I'm going to have to call, sorry, 1 second, members. In my opinion, the nays. So pursuant to the standing orders for the sessional orders for the hybrid session, divisions will be held at 6 o'clock. The clause. Okay. Thank you, members. So yes, just to be absolutely clear, consideration of this clause has been postponed until 15 minutes prior to the end of today, which is 6:15. We will, of course, come together at 6 o'clock as we normally do for these sort of hybrid session votes. Thank you. So we're going to continue on to Clause 15 now, now that Clause 14 has been postponed for decision. Clause 15, shall Clause 15 pass? All those in favor? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 16 pass? Member for Kelowna West on Clause 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. I would ask that the minister describe an example of what these changes are meant to accomplish, please.
Minister.
So Section 49 creates the ability for landlords to end tenancies for various reasons. And it may not be apparent at the time whether or not the landlord is going to follow through on that purpose for ending a tenancy. The problem is it's quite difficult for tenants to demonstrate, even though they're reasonably certain that the landlord did not move a family member in or whatever. So this section reverses the onus and puts that responsibility onto the landlord to demonstrate that they did, in fact, accomplish the purpose for ending a tenancy under Section 49. I note that there's also a minor amendment for clarity which clarifies the landlord must compensate a tenant if they do not begin using the rental unit for the stated purpose for ending the tenancy within a reasonable period after the effective date of the notice to end tenancy and have not used it for at least 6 months duration, unless the stated purpose is demolition.
Member for Kelowna West on Clause 16.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. I guess to the minister, what would qualify for as punishable conduct that didn't previously?
Minister.
There's no change. What has changed is who needs to apply to the residential tenancy branch, or who needs to prove to the residential tenancy branch what has taken place on the unit. Nothing else has changed. The legal word is the onus. This section keeps the test but shifts the onus.
Shall Clause 16, member for Kelowna West on Clause 16.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair, my question was what would qualify as punishable conduct? And I just want to, I'm not certain that I understood what the minister responded, his response to that. Could he repeat that or clarify that, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The same conduct as was previously prohibited by the Act.
Shall Clause 16 pass? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Shall Clause 17 pass? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Shall Clause 18 pass? All those in favor indicate. Opposed? Clause 18 passes, so ordered. Oh, member stood up. Sorry, member, I didn't see you standing. Member on Clause 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for making that correction. I guess, again, through the chair, what would be a reasonable period for establishing renovations or repairs that have been completed?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a mirror provision to Section 51, and it applies the, so there's already a compensation framework for ending a tenancy under Section 49. And this one takes that compensation framework under Section 49 and applies it to tenancies that are ended for renovation under the new Section 49.2. So it's a mirror of that previous section, and the member will know Section 49.2. It's the one that he and all his colleagues just voted against, the one to protect people from renovictions. So the compensation framework for ending a tenancy for renovation under the new Section 49.2, the compensation framework is mirrored here. In the same way that it existed previously under Section 40, the way that it existed previously and still exists under Section 49.
Member Kelowna West on Clause 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the chair. So in this particular case, who must determine that the renovations have been completed?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the determination here is made by the arbitrator. So the scenario that this section envisions is one in which landlord applies to residential tenancy branch, gets this requirement for vacant possession, the eviction notices are issued, and then it seems like from the outside no renovations take place. Maybe a bunch of new tenants move in, and the old tenants say, hold on a second. The landlord didn't follow through in relation to renovations or repairs. And so that tenant can make an application to the residential tenancy branch and say, the landlord didn't follow through on this. And that would require the landlord to attend the branch and to present evidence about why they didn't follow through, or why they did, and it may not have appeared that they did, or that maybe some issue came up, they couldn't start on the timeline that they anticipated because something happened. And then it would be the determination of the arbitrator whether or not that was reasonable in all the circumstances on the evidence that was presented.
Member of Kelowna West on Clause 18.
Getting that backwards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the chair. So a question through the chair to the minister is just that, is the onus on the landlord to prove that the renovations must be completed?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the onus is on a landlord who has not completed the renovations that they said that they were going to explain why that has not happened.
Mr. Speaker, through the chair, could we, Minister, have some examples of mitigating circumstances where delays are acceptable under this section, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So this is aimed at issues that are beyond the landlord's control that caused an unforeseeable delay in their renovation. So any of a long list of tragedies, or both personal or financial on the part of the landlord, that could result in the best laid plans not being followed through, or obviously our province, despite the pandemic, has a very active economy in many sectors, one of which is construction. And so the sudden loss of a contractor that was anticipated to do some of the work, or the majority of the work, and the difficulty in finding replacement contractors. There are a number of different scenarios where a landlord could be presenting information to the residential tenancy branch that, despite actually intending to do the work, for some reason they were unable to do so. And it would be a fact-based determination by the arbitrator based on the evidence presented to them about whether the delay was reasonable or not.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the Minister. Does this section substantially change the penalty or compensation amounts from what they were previously? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The only changes to reverse the onus and put it onto the landlord versus the tenant. The actual penalty amounts have not changed.
Member on Clause 18.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the Minister. Because the onus will now be on the landlord to apply or be approved for a renovation, will the RTB be responsible for auditing these claims, and will that fall to the tenant?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way that this would come in front of the branch would be by a tenant making an application. There is no intention of creating some sort of audit capacity within the residential tenancy branch on this point.
On Clause 18, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 19, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 20, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 21, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. Clause 22, those in favor? Carried, so ordered. On Clause 23, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 24, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 25, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 26, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 27, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 28, those in favor? Aye. Carried, so ordered. On Clause 28 or 29? Clause 29? Member for Kelowna West on Clause 29.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I just want a clarification on additional rent increases, specifically those for repairs and renovations, has been lacking for several years now. Can the minister confirm that this will be enabled through through this section and provide more specifics of how that will be permitted?
Minister, on Clause 29.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the intent is to prescribe by regulation a predictable mechanism for landlords to recover some of the costs expended in terms of capital upgrades to their buildings.
So, Mr. Chair, through to the minister, will there be a financial cap on what increases can be sought through AGIs?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That policy work is happening right now about whether there should be a cap, and if so, what any cap should be.
Member Kelowna West, Clause 29.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the minister. So will there be a formula for determining AGIs, and can the minister share that with us today?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, that policy work about formula or whether there's a better approach is happening right now, and unfortunately I don't have details for the member about that.
Member. Mr. Chair, through to the minister, can I expect that we can be briefed on that policy work when it's complete so that we're cognizant of what changes or policies are going to be enacted?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will absolutely brief the member on the regulation.
Member on Clause 29.
Mr. Chair, through to the minister, what circumstances will the minister establish for objecting to the production of records?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's important when you're compelling records to provide an opportunity to the person who's compelled to apply them, to provide an opportunity for them to dispute or object to that demand and allow some oversight of the court if necessary. And so that is why the member sees that there. The policy work about exactly what those procedures will be is happening currently. But it will establish a procedure for an individual that is met with a demand for records to object to providing the records and provide reasons why providing the records is problematic from their perspective.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the Minister. Will there be an appeal process if a party objects to the production of records under this section?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is what the regulation is intended to address.
Member Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the Minister. Minister, I know that there's a lot of likely impact from these changes in Bill 7. And I do think that it's extremely important that if it's imbalanced in some way, will it be something that you're prepared to revisit and help make the system so that it is more balanced for either side that's participants in this particular action or bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the important benefits of some of the amendments here is that we're going to get a much better picture about what's happening in the rental housing market in terms of the conversion of units, renovations, and so on. That is in addition to work happening within the residential tenancy branch to improve their overall collection of metrics and information about the rental housing market. So I can advise the member that absolutely government will be continuing contact with both tenant and landlord organizations for feedback about this bill. There were mechanisms suggested by landlords and mechanisms suggested by tenant advocacy groups that were not incorporated into this bill in our response, for example, to rent evictions. And so we'll monitor it very carefully. These are important changes meant to provide security of tenure for tenants and also encourage investment in aging buildings to preserve rental housing stock. And if they're not achieving our goals, then we'll obviously have to revisit them. But I can assure the member that it is our intention to continue monitoring the market as well as to monitor what's happening around rental housing unit construction in the province.
Member on Clause 29.
No, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I have no further questions on this bill.
On the bill completely in all the sections? Thank you. So on Clause 29 shall pass. So ordered. On Clauses 30 to 39 inclusive, shall they pass? Aye. So ordered. At this point, we will not pass the title until after the division call. Minister, acting House Leader, I assume.
I move the committee recess.
How long do you need?
Till
Till 6 p.m.?
Till Yes, till 6 p.m. makes sense, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
We are in recess till 6 p.m. Thank you. Members, call the House back to order, please. Members, a deferred division will take place shortly on the question of whether Clause 14 of Bill Number 7, Tenancy Statutes Amendment Act 2021 shall pass. We'd like to remind members participating remotely that they must now enable their video. Pursuant to sessional order regulating hybrid proceedings of the House, the committee stands recessed until 6:10 p.m. Members, I call the committee back to order. Just a reminder to those joining us remotely, turn on your video if it's not already on, please. And we'll continue in 5 minutes. Members, we will now proceed with the deferred division. The question is whether Clause 14 of Bill Number 7, Tenancy Statutes Amendment Act 2021 shall pass. The clerk will now conduct a roll call division in alphabetical order by caucus, beginning with the government caucus. Members, please indicate clearly, quote, "I vote aye," or, quote, "I vote nay," when your name is called by the clerk. And I remind members participating remotely that they must unmute their microphones when their name is called by the clerk. The voting cards cannot be used for formal division calls.
Mike Farnworth.
I vote aye.
Pam Alexis. I vote aye. Brittany Anderson.
I vote aye.
Michelle Babchuk.
I vote aye.
Brenda Bailey.
I vote aye.
Harry Baines.
I vote aye.
Lisa Bear.
I vote aye.
Gary Begg.
I vote aye.
Jegroop Brar.
I vote aye.
Spencer Chandra Herbert.
I vote aye.
Susie Chan.
I vote aye.
Katrina Chen.
I vote aye.
George Chow.
I vote aye.
Katrine Conroy.
I vote aye.
Dan Coulter.
I vote aye.
Nathan Cullen. Nathan Cullen. Mitzi Dean.
I vote aye.
Bob Deeth.
I vote aye.
Adrian Dix.
I vote aye.
Finn Donnelly.
I vote aye.
Megan Dykeman.
I vote aye.
David Eby.
I vote aye.
Mabel Elmore.
I vote aye.
Rob Fleming.
I vote aye.
Rick Glumac.
I vote aye.
Kelly Green.
I vote aye.
George Heyman.
I vote aye.
Ravi Kalan. Ann Kang.
I vote aye.
Ronna Ray Leonard.
I vote aye.
Bowen Ma.
I vote aye.
Sheila Malcolmson.
I vote aye.
Melanie Mark.
I vote aye.
Andrew Mercier.
I vote aye.
Josie Osborne.
Aye.
Kelly Padden.
I vote aye.
Lana Popham.
I vote aye.
Bruce Ralston.
I vote aye.
Murray Rankin.
I vote aye.
Jennifer Rice.
I vote aye.
Selena Robinson.
I vote aye.
Janet Routledge.
I vote aye.
Doug Routley.
I vote aye.
Rolly Russell.
I vote aye.
Harwinder Sandhu.
I vote aye.
Nikki Sharma.
I vote aye.
Nicholas Simons.
I vote aye.
Ginny Sims.
I vote aye.
Aman Singh.
I vote aye.
Roshna Singh.
I vote aye.
Mike Starchuk.
I vote aye.
Adam Walker,
I vote aye.
Jennifer Whiteside,
I vote aye.
Henry Yao,
I vote aye.
Peter Millibar,
I vote nay.
Dan Ashton,
I vote nay.
Bruce Banman,
I vote nay.
Mike Bernier,
I vote nay.
Shirley Bond,
I vote nay.
Stephanie Kajua,
I vote nay.
Doug Klovchuk,
I vote nay.
Dan Davies, Michael DeYoung,
I vote nay.
Lauren Dirksen,
I vote nay.
Trevor Halford,
I vote nay.
Corinne Kirkpatrick,
I vote nay.
Greg Kylo,
I vote nay.
Michael Lee,
I vote nay.
Renee Merrifield,
I vote nay.
Mike Morris,
I vote nay.
Corley Oakes,
I vote nay.
Ian Payton,
I vote nay.
Ellis Ross,
I vote nay.
John Rustad,
I vote nay.
Tom Shapitka,
I vote nay.
Ben Stewart,
I vote nay.
Todd Stone,
I vote nay.
Jordan Sturdy,
I vote nay.
Jackie Taggart,
I vote nay.
Teresa Watt, Teresa Watt, Teresa Watt, Andrew Wilkinson,
I vote nay.
Sonia Furstenau,
I vote aye.
Adam Olson,
I vote aye.
Nathan Cullen,
I vote aye.
Teresa Watt,
I vote nay.
those voting yea, Mike Farnworth, Alexis, Anderson, Babchuck, Bailey, Baines, Bear, Begg, Brar, Chandra Herbert, Chant, Chen, Chow, Conroy, Coulter, Cullen, Dean, Deeth, Dix, Donnelly, Dykeman, Eby, Elmore, Fleming, Glumac, Green, Heyman, Callon, Kang, Leonard, Ma, Malcolmson, Mark, Mercier, Osborne, Padden, Popham, Ralston, Rankin, Rice, Robinson, Routledge, Routley, Russell, Sandhu, Sharma, Simon, Sims, Singh, A. Singh, R. Singh, Starchuk, Walker, Whiteside, Yao, Furstenau, and Olson, 56. Those voting nay, Millibar, Ashton, Banman, Bernier, Bond, Kajah, Klovchuk, Davies, DeYoung, Dirksen, Halford, Kirkpatrick, Kylo, Lee, Merrifield, Morris, Oakes, Payton, Ross, Rustad, Shapitka, Stewart, Stone, Sturdy, Taggart, Watt, Wilkinson, 27.
Clause 14 passes and is so ordered. Members voting remotely, please have your voting cards ready for the next vote. Shall the title pass? Aye. Any opposed? So ordered. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members, the question that the committee on Bill number 7 rise and report the bill complete without amendment. Again, please have your voting cards ready. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole rises and reports Bill 7 complete without amendment.
Members participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. The question is third reading. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move third reading.
Members now have your voting cards ready. All those in favor of third reading, please indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. And now, the Government House Leader. Oh, that part. Members, the motion for third reading of Bill number 7, Tennessee Statutes Amendment Act 2021 is carried and the bill has passed. Now, the Government House Leader. No. Members, you heard the motion. Those who are participating remotely have your voting cards ready. All in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.